that we are in Mi'kma'ki and the district of Sipekne'katik, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people. And I neglected to call the meeting to order before I did that. My apologies. We'll now have a moment of silent contemplation. I would now look for approval of or amendments to the agenda. Moved by Councillor Hebb, seconded by Councillor Mitchell. All those in favor? Aye. Contrary? Motion is carried. I would now be looking for approval of the minutes of November the 15th, 2022 regular meeting of council for policy and November 23rd regular meeting of council. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Contrary? Motion is carried. We will now move to correspondence for information. Councillor Garden Cole.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Through you, I'm just looking at number 41 on our correspondence for information. The letter from the MLA.
Perhaps we could bring that up on the screen. And councillors, this is a letter written by our MLA to the Provincial Planning Directory at Department of Municipal Affairs. As we're all aware, we are undertaking the provincially mandated implementation of zoning in the rural area. And the MLA's understanding of what was required was not exactly the same as what our understanding was. And I believe this letter was an attempt to get some clarification from the province. We did have some correspondence from the province. I don't know if it's been posted yet. I'll defer to perhaps John on this, but my read of the correspondence that we received from the province, in my read, simply reaffirmed what we had understood in the first place and the process that we were taking. But I'll let you comment on that, John, if you would.
Yes, thank you, Warden. Yes, the letter from the, I guess prompted by this letter from the MLA, from the Provincial Director of Planning, I guess confirmed that we need to pay attention to the statements of provincial interest. She referred us to the guideline documents that they produced over the years to that end. But as far as I'm concerned, there is no new direction in that letter.
Thank you.
So I guess my concern is, and I'm just going to say it in layman's terms because that's how I'm trying to process this zoning, is that I'm still hoping and optimistic that we are going to be able to, look to our neighbors and, seek out some changes maybe to the draft that we have in the hopes of coming to something that could be, acceptable for the residents of the area and acceptable for that the province would accept as well. So I'm still hoping to have those discussions and to go forward in that direction. So this doesn't, like, I read that and I was kind of taken back. So this isn't going to hinder that process in any way?
I would say not, but John, I'll turn that back to you.
Yeah, Madam Warden, I would agree. I don't think it hinders council's ability to look at amending zoning or creating new zones or any of those things. The guidance directs you to look at the provincial statements of interest, and whatever you create needs to, I guess, consider those things when you create zones or change them.
Okay, well, as long as that's the case, then I'm okay with it. Thank you.
Counselor Rhino.
Yes, through you to staff. So this will be coming back on the agenda of the executive committee in January, am I correct?
Through you, Madam Warden, yes, we're hoping to bring a report back in January. It may slip to February, but we're hoping for January to summarize all the feedback that we received to date, and then, I guess, seek direction where we go from there.
Should be an interesting meeting. Thank you.
Counselor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I'm looking at item number 15, Climate Change Plan for Clean Growth, provincial news release. My question through you to staff is, this news release, does this give the province the authority to bypass municipal regulations and to impose on them what they think is best for each municipality going forward? Or there's just a heads up of,
Okay, which member of staff would like the CAO?
Thank you, Madam Warden. Through you, the climate change plan that the province announced this month, along with supports the regulations and the legislation that they put in place. I believe it was in June of 2022, which replaced their old Climate Change Act. The act says that they will work with municipalities and different levels of government to implement change, with some of their goals being to the 2030 greenhouse gas emissions, reducing the greenhouse gas emissions. So if you'll remember back in committee, we talked about creating a sustainability coordinator as part of our next steps on making headway on the greenhouse gas emissions for the municipality, reducing those. I think this legislation is primarily provincial, so there's a lot of focus on what the provincial goals will be, and of course we would fit into those. I think it's a good opportunity because they will have funding streams to support this legislation. I haven't seen any specific inklings that we will be forced to do things, and anything that was in there would be something that we would be looking at over the long term anyway. I think the biggest thing that you're going to see is the electrification of vehicles and fleet. So we will be looking over the next few years to have to move our fleet to electric vehicles, which comes with some infrastructure and whatnot, but it also would come with some funding from the provincial government to do that.
okay, thank you. That's all, Madam Chair.
Does anyone else have anything they wish to bring forward from correspondence for information? Seeing none, we will move on to correspondence for decision. And the first item for correspondence for decision is seeking council input on a date selection for the next council workshop for the former Elmsdale and Lance school sites planning. And there are 3 dates before you as suggested possibilities. Looking at the calendar, January is shaping up to be a very busy month with polling district reviews, budget meetings. What were the 3 dates again?
The 16th of January, which is a Monday, and then in February you have the 16th, which is the executive committee extension, and the 23rd, which is the council extension.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Rhino.
Well, personally for me, a Monday does not work very well. Thursday, February 23rd is a Thursday we always set aside for regular council extension, and that's been on the books for quite a while. So, it'd be my preference that we use that one.
Thank you. We've heard preference for the 23rd. Does anyone object to the 23rd? Then would someone be prepared to make a motion? Seconded? Okay, hang on. So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Question's been called. We'll go to the vote. And the motion has passed unanimously. Next, we have a request to make a presentation from the East Hants Curling Association, and the CAO is seeking council's direction.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Councilors, we have a request to have another presentation by the East Hants Curling Association. They were just here this past fiscal year when they had an opportunity to put in a funding application. Council at the time decided that they were not in a position to fund a curling facility in East Hants, that we are going to undertake in the next year or two a recreation needs assessment that would focus on what you do need in your community, and whether curling comes to the top through that process or not is yet to be decided. There is another funding application, a green building fund application that is coming due in February of 2023. Their deadline is that, and in order to apply for that, they would have to have provincial and municipal guarantees of 20 to 40% of the funding. So they're looking, that would be around $1 million for funding this building based on 2019 prices that Lindsay Construction put together for them. So there's a lot of uncertainty around the curling, around the numbers. Council has had several presentations from this group in the past, and I wasn't prepared to put them back on the agenda without looking for the leave of council. And I also wasn't prepared to tell them no, because I wanted to make sure that you folks either did or didn't want to hear their presentation. Their funding, they're looking for provincial funding and municipal funding to be lined up by the 15th of February 2023 in order to put in an application. And they're looking to come in January committee day to make that presentation.
Thank you. So, councilors, what are your thoughts? Councilor Rhino.
Really, there's nothing much changed from our end, just from what I'm hearing from the CAO. We still have commitments that we have to, and studies we have to take place, and so on and so forth. So really, how can we make a decision around a curling? When we have other commitments that are high priority right now. And, have they come out and asked that we made a decision that they could be allowed to build on or into the ice servers or the ice Lance Arena? So, I can't see there being really anything new unless somebody else brings something up.
Through you, Madam Warden, their letter indicates that they are looking to either build on to the Sportsplex, which I believe is the $4.6 million that Lindsay Construction had given them a quote for, and that's in their package. Or if that's not a possibility, then they would look to build at the Lance School site, which council is currently looking at what the future of that site holds, and no decisions have been made there either. We do have our condition assessment for the Sportsplex almost complete, but that's not going to give council the information needed. It will give us the condition assessment of the Sportsplex and what might need to be done for the current operations there, but it's not going to give you any further information on could you attach a building to it? Could you expand it? That would have to be something that we would look at independently of, I'm not an engineer, and I've read the Lindsay report, but I can't say one way or the other whether we would want to go out and get an independent report done to see if we could even attached to that building and where the land would be. So those are still all unknowns to us, and certainly not things we're going to line up by January 2023.
Well, and like I say, for the people that pay that area rate that I represent, you know, they were quite clear. It's high enough now. Some of them are growling because they have to pay it. And if this was to go forward, that rate would even further increase. So I pretty well know the answer to the representative of the residents I represent. Thank you.
Counselor Tingley.
Through the chair, I'd like to make a recommendation. I'm not making it, but I'd like to make a recommendation. I would love to be in a position to make a recommendation that we hear from them. But based on what I've heard from the CAO, we just aren't in a position to make a decision to spend that kind of money by their deadline of February the 15th. So there really is no point of having that meeting. I can't see what else there is to discuss. I'd recommend that we write to them and explain that at this stage, there's no point to have that type of meeting. I'd like to get to the point where we could have such a meeting, but we're just not there yet. So that, I'm making the motion that we write back to them and advise that at this stage, there'd be no point to have a meeting because we're not in a position to make a decision.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that we deny the request and that we correspond with the curling group and explain that we simply are not in a position to make a decision by the deadline on funding of that amount. Councillor Mitchell, you were on prior to the motion. I'll allow you some leeway.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I never have difficulty listening to a group that has a project they think is worthwhile, but I do have difficulty with them thinking that maybe some land at the Sportsplex would be available. We have difficulty with parking now when the events are on, so we lose that parking area. And if it came down to an area rate for those residents that are paying the Sportsplex area rate, I would not be supporting that moving forward. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion? Question's been called. We'll go to the vote. And just to, as sometimes we get confused, an aye vote means no to the meeting. And the vote is in. The motion has passed by a vote of 10-1, with Councillor Mitchell voting nay. Okay, so the next item under correspondence for decision is a letter to Minister John Lohr, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Rebuild 225. A letter similar to the one that was sent by the town of Truro. If you remember, councillors, Bill 225 is the bill passed by the provincial government allowing them to overrule HRM's planning processes in anything related to housing. And it's very concerning, the reach into municipal jurisdiction by the province. And it's also very concerning that the municipality, well, HRM in this case, would have gone through public processes and consulted the public and made decisions which can now simply be overturned by the provincial government with no public consultation. And if they can do that to HRM's charter, my opinion is look out any other municipality that they feel the need to. So I did request that a letter be drafted and brought to council to see if we could not write a letter basically asking them to rescind Bill 225. So what is your wish, council? Is Deputy Warden Perry.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I am wondering if anybody has heard what the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities, if they have raised any concerns with this, or have they put any correspondence in on this matter?
Through you, Madam Warden, I think they did send a letter to the province at the time, around the time of the NSFM conference. I know there was a lot of discussion about this bill at the conference. It had been put in front of the legislature that week, and there was certainly lots of discussion at the NSFM. I believe the NSFM did put in some formal documentation. Anyway, they've certainly had discussions with the province, because those were ongoing the week of the NSFM, so it may have been just through verbal conversation, but they had the ear of the minister that week. But the legislation did go through the House that same week.
Because my only concern with that is, this is something that NSFM should be championing. It's great for individual municipalities to put it in, but they are our voice as united. So I would like to see that this be led by NSFM to the provincial government, where they do get the ear of the minister a lot more often than we do as an individual municipality. Thank you.
Hebb?
Thank you, Madam Warden. I would move that we send this letter to Minister Lower on behalf of the municipality, and a copy go to the UNSM also.
Moved by Councillor Hebb, seconded by Councillor Musa. Is there any discussion on the motion? Question's been called. We'll go to the vote. And the vote is in. The motion has passed by a vote of 10-1, with the Deputy Warden voting nay. And councillors, that concludes correspondence for decision. Going back to our agenda. We are entering committee reports, and we will start with Corporate and Residential Services, Deputy Warden Perry.
Thank you, Madam Warden. The committee held its regular meeting on December 13th, 2022 in council chambers. The following motions are coming forward as a result of this meeting. There was presentation of Queen's Jubilee Medals. The Deputy Warden Perry presented the Queen Elizabeth II Platinum Jubilee Medals to Mike Brown, Sue Surratt, Tracy Dixon, Andrea Trax, Kelly Ash, and Corinne Giles in recognition of the work in our communities and province. Number 2, Council Procedural Policy Update. Based on legal opinion regarding how decisions are made for land and property purchases, staff suggests a change to the Council Procedural Policy to allow for an in-camera session during the regular meeting of Council Policy meeting following executive committee meetings, and rename that meeting accordingly. Only Council can give in-camera direction and make decisions in these land property matters, which results in an expenditure of funds. The Corporate Residential Services Committee recommends the Council direct staff to prepare updates to the Council Procedural Policy for consideration, including Section 4.1.3.7 should read, 2 other members of Council for the Audit Committee. Section 3.2.10 should read, a brief Council meeting should be convened as applicable immediately following the regular monthly meeting of committees for the purpose of receiving recommendations involving the MGA required minimum 7 days notice, change in policy, and to permit in-camera sessions for the purpose of expending monies, directions, decisions by Council, or other time-sensitive matters as needed. This meeting shall be titled Regular Meeting of Council, Policy and In-Camera. And Section 3.2.4 should read, meetings of Council and Executive Committee shall be live streamed. Those recordings shall remain on the municipal YouTube channel indefinitely. As chair of the committee, I so move.
Seconded by Councillor Green. Is there any discussion on the motion? Question's been called. We'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed by a vote of 10-1, with Councillor Hebb voting nay. Back to you.
Projects and Sustainability Coordinator. The municipality of East Hants is experiencing rapid growth, requiring the expansion of staff capacity to meet our strategic goals. Council's strategic plan outlines an objective of investing in energy initiatives that support the sustainability of our organization and community we serve. The Corporate and Residential Services Committee recommends that Council include this position, Projects and Sustainability Coordinator, in next year's draft budget. As Chair of the Committee, I so move.
Seconded by Counselor Green. Is there any discussion on the motion? The question's been called. We'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed unanimously. Back to you, Deputy Warden.
Fire Service Financial Guidelines Updates. In 2021, the East Hants Fire Service Association requested that Council review and update the financial guidelines for the volunteer fire departments. The EFSA chiefs appointed 3 members of the fire service to a subcommittee in which municipal staff sought input on draft changes to ensure they would meet the needs of the fire service. The final draft was brought forward to EHFSA Chiefs meeting in November for final input. The Corporate Residential Services Committee recommends the Council adopt the proposed financial guidelines for volunteer fire departments as attached to the December 13th, 2022 Executive Committee agenda. As Chair of the Committee, I so move.
Seconded by Counselor Musa. Counselor Rhino.
Yes, I was not present for that portion of the meeting there, but when I did read that over, I found it interesting. Could you refresh how that would be 3 quotes for a certain price range, and anything after that, it would go to a tendering process? I'd kind of like to refresh there, because from what I saw and I can remember, they don't actually mirror the provincial government, and the provincial government has very strict guidelines when it comes to financial spending. So I'm a little concerned there.
Okay. Sue, did you want to? Adam? Okay.
Thank you, Warden. Through you. So this request was to give a little bit more flexibility and to really align their procedural procurement policies with the municipality. Previously, it was $1,000 they would have to receive quotes, and that is a pretty low threshold. So the new increases have been moved to $5,000 before 3 quotes are required, and then between $5,000 and $50,000, those 3 quotes are required, and over $50,000, it requires a public tender, which is an increase from the way it was before. So it really gives the departments a little bit more autonomy from a fiscal accountability perspective. It is absolutely in line with the way the municipality is operating, and as well, it's meeting all of the trade agreements that are not only within Canada, but also North America.
I do agree with $1,000 is a pretty low threshold for 3 quotes. I would be more apting to look at 25 to 3, but I'm really concerned with just 3 quotes for anything up to $50,000. That's quite a chunk of change, and if, you know, I just don't, I think the tendering process for that amount of money should be the way that I'd like to see this done. But that is my opinion, and I just think that the residents out there would be quite concerned of just going with 3 quotes and how those quotes may or may not be obtained, you know, by a tendering process is I think is a proper way. Thank you.
Any further discussion? The question has been called. We'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed by a vote of 10 to 1, with Councillor Rhino voting nay. Back to you, Deputy Warden.
Special Reserves Policy.
Thank you, Councillor Head. Councillor Head was pointed out we're at the hour of 7:30 or very close to it, at which time we have scheduled a public hearing for the custom millwork Atlantic. We will return to the Corporate and Residential Services report. We'll return to the Corporate and Residential Services report following the public hearing. And I would ask folks to bear with me because I have to bring it up online here.
the bottom one right there.
Thank you. Okay, counselors. This evening, we have one item on the public hearing agenda. The purpose of this hearing is for council to hear input from the public prior to making a decision on the proposal. To the members of the public who have chosen to participate this evening, welcome. Please note that council's procedural policy requires that you not cheer, boo, clap, or otherwise disrupt this hearing. Anyone who wants to comment or ask questions will be provided an opportunity to do so. Tonight, council may approve, reject, or defer its decision on the proposal to a later date. Council approval is required for the proposals to proceed. I will now ask the municipal clerk to outline when the public hearing advertisements were published.
Madam Warden, a public hearing notice appeared in the December 7th and 14th editions of the Chronicle Herald. The notices described the proposal, gave the date and time of this public hearing, and indicated that staff reports were available to the public.
Thank you. Councilors, the public hearing this evening is for a proposal to enter into a development agreement to enable a new storage building. I would now ask the chair of the Planning Advisory Committee to present his report. Carl? We just changed chairs, so, and I believe you were are you the chair? Was absent, so Councillor McPhee, did you want to do this, or? Or Councillor Mitchell?
Yeah.
Oops, sorry. That's that. There.
This one here, the script.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
It will say PAC chair.
Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. We had some absences from our committee day, so we're straying a little bit from our regular processes.
Okay, Planning Advisory Committee has considered the proposal on behalf of Municipal Council. The committee has reviewed staff's reports, completed their evaluation, and will make a recommendation to council during this hearing. Madam Warden, through you, I would now ask staff to present their final report on the proposal.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Warden. So this is the public hearing for the development agreement application for a new storage building. So the subject property is located at 1067 Highway 1 in Lakelands. The property is zoned and designated as general commercial, and the property totals approximately 0.89 hectares in size. The adjacent general commercial lands to the right are also owned and operated, or to the left, sorry, by Custom Millwork Atlantic. And to the right is a vacant forested property. So the applicant has requested to enter into a development agreement for the construction of an approximately 1,115 square metered steel storage building. That is intended to be used for the storage of construction material, equipment, inventory, as well as assembly. So this is a site plan provided. So Highway 1 is along the bottom here, and the building is proposed to be located at the back of the property, not to be visible from Highway 1. And the rear end side of the property is all forested lands. So staff have reviewed the proposed application based on the applicable policies contained in the municipal planning strategy. A detailed table of the evaluative criteria from the enabling policies, as well as corresponding comments from staff and reviewing agencies, are attached in the final staff report. So policy ED 15 states that council shall consider the following by development agreement in the general commercial designation. So permitted uses greater than 500 square meters in excess of the applicable zone requirements. And policies IM 26, 27, and 28 allow council to consider development agreements and set out the evaluation criteria, terms, and conditions for entering into the agreement. And council's decision tonight on this application is appealable to the Utility and Review Board. So Nova Scotia Public Works did comment on the application, and they have no concerns with respect to the impact on the provincial road network. The Uniacke and District Volunteer Fire Department stated that they would require a pre-plan, so construction plans on the structure, just to see what they'll require in order to extinguish a fire at the building. And they've also requested to know if any hazardous materials will be stored at this site, which the applicant has stated there will not be. So based on the applicable policies and the evaluation criteria, staff are recommending approval of this application. So for citizen engagement, there was an advertisement in the Chronicle Herald on the 27th of July, just indicating that the proposal was under review. And a letter and questionnaire were mailed to all property owners within 300 meters of the site, asking for comments on the proposed development. So we sent out 21 questionnaires and 4 were returned. One returned questionnaire stated they had no concerns. Some of the other concerns that were brought up were regarding types of materials and whether any hazardous materials will be stored in the building, which there will not be. Looking at an adequate buffer between the building and any residential properties. The building doesn't abut any residential properties. It's forested at the back, so we're not requiring any buffering. And a question regarding the height of the building, which is going to be approximately 9 meters in height, and the land use bylaw does allow for 11. And notice of this public hearing was also mailed to property owners within 300 meters. So staff have reviewed the proposed application, and based on the criteria and policy in the planning strategy, we are recommending approval of this application. And the final draft development agreement has been provided for council to review. And in terms of the process, you can see we are at the public hearing stage today, and council can either approve or refuse the proposal. That concludes my presentation. Thank you, Madam Warner.
Thank you. Does any member of council have questions for staff? Seeing none, if council's indulgence, I was unable to be here on Tuesday, and I do have one question, and that is around the non-requirement for buffering because the property behind it is forested. If we don't have a requirement for buffering, is there any danger that that forested land could be cleared and there'd no longer be any buffer?
Through you, it is possible at some point that it could be developed, but at this point, we have no indication that there's anything proposed to be developed in behind the building, so that's why we're not requiring.
That would be concerning to me, because if there was required to keep a certain amount of vegetative buffer there, that would protect properties from being affected, so. Those are my comments. Thank you for your indulgence. I guess I would simply ask, is there a procedure to add that requirement at this time, or?
No.
And I'm going to turn the chair over to the deputy warden because this is becoming too awkward.
Through you, Deputy Warden. So you have a draft development agreement in front of you, and if there is a provision you think that's been missed and you want to add, you can stipulate that tonight, you could request that that be added to the draft development agreement, and that's what you would be giving approval to. So it is possible to add a stipulation like buffering. Now, whether some direction would be good, to be very specific, because we're at that stage now. So if the adjoining property is developed, it would be required, or whether it just something needs to be maintained there on their property, I think that would be fine.
Who owns the forested property behind the proposed development?
Through you, I don't know I can't remember the exact name of the person. It's just a privately owned,
So it's not owned by the applicant?
no, not in behind. The one to the side is, and it's all, but in behind is not, no.
I would just reiterate that I would be concerned then if someone decided to develop that property, that you now have a 9-meter-high building there, which is somewhat over 27 feet, with no buffering between that and properties that might abut that property that would be developed. So let me give it some thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan.
Councillor Tingley.
Through the chair, I have a question. This is appealable, so if we made a decision not to approve this, does staff have any idea, opinion of how successful that type of defense would be?
I can't, we don't, in council meetings, we don't surmise one way or the other the probabilities of success of possible appeals.
Okay,
That would prejudice a possible outcome.
okay.
Councillor Musa.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Well, I understand where you're coming from about the buffering, but if somebody wants to develop a land and clear cut everything and doesn't leave a buffer, I think that's their problem, because the building is already going to be existed, and if they don't want to see it, they should leave some trees. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Well, I was just thinking, once I realized that, can you bring it up, actually? I just want to have a visual again of the property as well as the adjoining properties.
This one? This one?
Okay, so the property right behind it is not owned by them, and it's wooded.
That's correct.
So I am just thinking about the issue of if that were to be developed, and it was clear cut that there would be no buffer, as we've already said. And then Councillor Musa brought up the point that they shouldn't be taking it that far. The only thing about that is that it's not the people who might end up living in it. It wouldn't be their fault that a developer cleared all the trees, right? So it still wouldn't be providing for them. Is it really a big deal that we ask that they put a buffer in the back of that property?
Thank you, Madam Warden. I would say, I just looked up that property, and that's almost a 900-acre property, so I would think that if somebody's going to develop that property and they didn't, or if they had an issue with a neighboring building, that they could, within 900 acres, certainly build in a buffer of their own. Given the large parcel there,
Is there any of their property that is treed? Or is it cleared right to the back of their property line?
The applicant's property?
The applicant's property?
I believe it's all cleared, to my knowledge.
Okay, that's all for me, thanks.
Deputy Warden Perry.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Through you to staff, looking at the development proposal, there still is the standard offset from the property line. So the building's not being built on the property line. There's still, is it, I can't read, is it 5.8? I don't know.
It's 6 meters.
6 meters? Okay, so you're looking at a substantial, 20 feet before you hit the property line. Okay, thank you.
So are there any other streets? I'm hearing that the property abutting it is 900 acres or something. So it's not like there's a lot and then another street that would be impacted if it was cleared. Okay, thank you.
No.
Any further discussion? Or any further questions from council, I guess, not discussion? Seeing none, I would now ask if the applicant has any comments or would like to make a presentation.
Good evening, everyone. First, I'd like to start with thanking Leanne for her help putting this agreement and proposal together. She was a big help, answering my calls and guiding me through this. Council, thank you for considering this agreement. For those of you who don't know Custom Millwork, we started in 1994. I was 26 years old and purchased a building at that time that was vacant for several years. Since then, we've done over $40 million in sales. We currently are doing $1.5 to $2 million per year and employ 10 people. And we are hiring if anybody's interested in a career change. We employ over more than 200 people in over 28 years. We have completed projects all across Canada, Eastern USA, all the way to Florida, in Bermuda, Bahamas. We've done 3 hotels in the UK. We support all local businesses throughout Mount Uniacke, Lakelands and such. Livingstone, Esso, Irving, fine folks at Uniacke Pizza. Tim Hortons, contractors like Built by Bill, Jeff Brown Excavating, Lauren Davis, Jadestone, ITS Construction, Post Office, Pharmacy, Eddie's Variety, Withrose, among others. The construction of the new building will also employ local trades and tradespeople. In 2017, we developed the property to the left with accommodations in it. And since 2017, I've lived on site, or spent most of the time on site there. Before that, I lived on Lily Lake for 22 years. So once I bought this property, I bought on Lily Lake and been a member of the community since. So to stay competitive in today's trade environment, it's more important than ever to be flexible with changing demands and supply chain challenges. Last year, we struggled with inventory. We struggled with jobs getting shut down, us having product in our building that couldn't ship out. We just didn't think I'd be saying it, but we've outgrown our building. Our current clients we have in the healthcare industry right now have secured work for us for volumes of work for the next several years. And these will be going ahead regardless of economic conditions or chances of recession. The additional space will allow us to grow the company, explore new opportunities, and advance in the construction industry. So I hope you take consideration in this and move forward with our proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now open the floor for comments and questions. If you are viewing the YouTube live stream, you may use the YouTube chat feature, which is being monitored. So first, does anyone attending in person have any questions or comments? Into the mic. And I'd ask if you state your name and address for the record, please.
Randy Dill, and I'm at 1073, right next to Custom Woodworking. And my question is, a building that size, what's that going to do to property values for residential? Shouldn't that be in an industrial park? I guess that's my question.
Through you, Madam Warden, this property has been a commercially zoned property since at least 2000. So it is permitted, a permitted use in this zoning.
My question is just, that size of a building, shouldn't that be in an industrial park? I guess that's what I'm trying to get at, right?
Through you, Madam Warden, again, this is why this process has kind of gone through the development agreement process, as our policy allows for this type of use in this zone, subject to the development agreement, which is a negotiated agreement. So our policies, council's policies do allow for this type of use in this zone.
So do you think that property values are going to increase with that size of a building?
Through you, Madam Warden, I can't comment on that.
Okay, thank you.
Does any other member of the public have any comments or questions? Seeing none here, does any member of the public have any questions or comments through the live chat on the YouTube live stream? No? Thank you. Does any member of staff have any final comments?
No.
I would now ask the Vice Chair of the Planning Advisory Committee to present his committee's recommendation. Councilor McPhee.
Thank you, Warden. The Planning Advisory Committee recommends that council give final consideration and approve the development agreement for a 1,115 square meter, 12,000 square foot storage building development on a property identified as PID 45402955. As Vice Chair of PAC, I so move.
Seconded by Councilor Green. Are there any comments or final questions or comments from council? Seeing none. I would be looking for someone. Are you ready for the question? The question's been called. We'll go to the vote. And the motion has passed unanimously. That concludes tonight's public hearing. I would like to thank everyone for attending. So returning to our agenda, we will return to corporate and residential services, and back over to you, Deputy Warden.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Next up, Fire Training Facility. In November, Council received a letter from the East Hants Fire Service Association requesting funding for a fire training facility in Knoll. The Corporate and Residential Services Committee recommends that Council approve the funding request by East Hants Fire Service Association for $225,000 to fund a training facility in Knoll to be funded from the Common Fire Training Facility Reserve in the amount of the balance, which is approximately $128,000, with the balance to be funded through the Rural Canada Community Building Fund Reserve up to the maximum of $97,000. As Chair of the Committee, I so move.
Seconded by Councilor Musa. Councilor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I didn't make committee on Tuesday So I have a couple of questions to ask on the training facility. And my first question deals with the funding model that's presented. I was curious why the funding didn't come from the two rural funds, the Canada Community Building Fund and the Rural Fire Department Capital Assistance Fund. If you take all the money from the Common Fire Training Facility Fund of 128, that leaves a balance of 0. And we know that Elmsdale Fire has a training facility on their property. And they might be interested or might need some funding going forward as they enhance their property, which is used by the fire departments in the corridor at no charge, and also some other departments around the area. So my question through you to staff is, why the two rural funding sources were used instead of the Common Fire Training Facility Reserve?
Adam?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Warden. Just a bit of history for council as was presented at committee. Maybe new information for you that was in the report. This started back in 2013 when the fire service came to council looking for funding, and council of the day started putting aside certain funding for a common training facility. The fire service is now in a position to request access to that funding. And since 2013, Elmsdale Fire Department has built their own facility on their own with their own funding sources and local contributions. And when members of the fire service and members of Elmsdale Fire toured the facility in the summertime to get a pulse check of what could be done on a regional level looking in the rural area, Elmsdale had communicated they weren't looking at any sort of contributions back for the funding that they had contributed themselves, that was done on their own decision-making. And so when this was brought forward, looking at the initial intent of council in 2013, it was for that training model for that regional piece. However, it is, as you mentioned, it is in the rural area, so it will service a lot of those rural departments more so than the corridor. It is being built similarly, so there's a lot of cross-training opportunity for the departments of the municipality to use either or facility. So when we look specifically at the funding model that's in front of council today, it was to utilize that initial funding that council had started accumulating back in 2013, and there was a $100,000 shortfall within their project to meet all of the objectives, which is coming specifically from those rural areas through the Canada Community Build Fund. So I guess more specifically and directly to the question, it's a hybrid of both funding. You're right, it would be depleting the fire training reserve facility, but that was, from my understanding, the intent of council was to build it up for a training facility, and this is what the fire service has come back to us. And just furthermore to that, the CAO attended the last chiefs meeting, which is representative of all the departments in the region, and this was discussed, and all of the chiefs supported accessing this funding in its entirety to use it for the facility. There was no concern brought forward. I guess when the conversations around additional funding brought forward, the chiefs did have some informal conversation of that funding model, and that's why it's being recommended from the rural fund resource. Thank you. A little bit of a long-winded message there, but it just gives the context to where we were in 2013 and where we are today.
Just to follow up, Madam Warden, I appreciate your answer. Would Elmsdale, to enhance their training facility, be able to access either or the rural funding models?
Through you, Madam Warden, no, those rural funding are specifically for that, and some of them are contingental grants. They're based on what's formerly known as the federal gas tax funding too. So those funds that were in the charts in the staff report are specifically for the rural area. I guess the larger question for council is if the funds are used for the fire training facility, if there's no more funding going into that reserve, and there hasn't been direction to date for that.
So you probably see where I was coming from in my question, that if you access the two rural funds, that the Common Training Fund reserve would still be there. And moving forward, Elmsdale would be able to access that possibly.
Through you, Madam Warden, I guess that's a conversation for council, but really, when you look at the intent of the funding source of the common training facility, it was to put a training facility in the region. A decision hadn't been made since 2013, and Elmsdale locally decided to build their own, which it's a phenomenal facility. But yes, I do see where you're coming from. If that funding is utilized, there's zero balance in it, absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my questions.
CAO.
Through you, Madam Warden, I was just going to comment that, the motion at committee that was made has these dollar values in it. If there's a request from Elmsdale to keep some of the money in the common training facility, if they do have intent to request from council some of that money, then you could just move, keep, a $20,000 amount or something in there and change those two sources of funding. Or as Adam mentioned, alternatively, you could plan to put some money back into that reserve for ongoing maintenance of your two facilities once they're constructed.
Councillor Rhino.
Well, I don't know, but what I'm hearing is a little bit of animosity from some of the quarter area fire departments toward the rural. I really don't care for that, if that was the intent. If we look at the big picture, not all fire departments are equal within East Hanson. I've said this since for 25 years that I've been on here, because of the system that we pull revenue from. Rural fire departments have to scratch and save and beg, borrow, and anything else they can to raise funds. Whereby because of the tax base in the more urban areas, the money is much more easily obtained. And that's why I have been saying that we should be looking at maybe a one-rate system and a review of the whole fire service through East Hants in trying to bring it all on as one. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Councillor Musa.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Wow. I think in Mount Uniacke and the corridor, we're very fortunate to have a tax base that support our fire department. And I think we're very fortunate to have a rural fire department with the money that we give them to, like they get every year. So I think all that money we're talking about is a chunk of change for any department in the corridor or in Mount Uniacke. And it's a big support for the rural area. So I'm all for this, and I want to thank all the fire department in the rural area for what they're doing. Thank you.
Councillor Green.
Yeah, speaking to this, when this common training facility fund was started, and talk was there, we were going to put $20,000 a year in it for a certain amount of time to build a training facility, which at that time we looked at West Gore on land owned by Matt Pike. So the fund built to $120,000. The fund was halted. The corridor departments made it quite clear they wouldn't come to West Gore. They didn't need to. They were close enough to Waverley. Now it is whatever drove the construction of the facility in Elmsdale, I don't know. I have never once heard Chief Goodwin say he wanted funding out of the thing. I was not at the last Chiefs meeting, but I understand it was unanimous among the chiefs that this is where the funding went. I can remember many discussions at this table that this money's in a reserve. Let's see what the chiefs want to do with it. Let's take it to the chiefs and see what they want to do with it. So finally it has come up, and now the money is there. And I said, I can't speak 100%, but I believe the money was always meant to fund something on the rural side, or closer to the rural side. It was, but I said the corridor departments made it quite clear at the chiefs meetings at the time that they had no need to travel to that. It was just my comments.
I'm going to let the CAO comment, and then I'll go back to you, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I'll share what was said at the Chiefs meeting. I'm not sure what conversations that Councillor Mitchell may or may not have had with Elmsdale since then. At the Chiefs meeting, the decision was unanimous by the chiefs to recommend that the $128,000 be put into this training facility that they're in Knoll. There was very little discussion, and everyone supported that happening. There was some discussion about maintenance costs and whatnot. Elmsdale did indicate that their annual maintenance wasn't an issue, that they covered that through their fire levy without incident. And there was some discussion about doing a phase 1 and phase 2 and asking council to, in order to fund phase 2, to start putting money aside in a reserve again so that they could fund phase 2 of this particular rural training facility. That did have some conversation around if the fire service was going to ask council to fund something else through a transfer to reserve, it may not be this facility moving forward. And that's where the discussion went to, perhaps there's that rural fund that could pay the difference instead of asking council to fund it over the next few years and do their phase 2. So I would say there is support from the fire department. Again, I don't know what conversations Council Mitchell may have had with Elmsdale since then, but the chief certainly unanimously supported the $128,000 going to this facility. I'm not sure that they would support more money going into a reserve for the additional money that's required, that's being recommended through the rural fund at this point, based on the conversation that was had at that chiefs meeting.
Counselor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Warden. There wasn't any animosity on my part towards the rural fire departments. I wholeheartedly support the facility being built. It was a question proposed to me from some members, and I said I would bring it forth, and that was all it was meant to be, about the funding model. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, I have no one left waiting to speak. The question's been called. And the motion is passed unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Special Reserves Policy. The purpose of the Special Reserves Policy is to formalize Council's current reserve practices. Special reserves are used to improve the process of visionary planning for the municipality of East Hanse's future needs. Further to the changes, another amendment was made to reflect slight changes to Appendix U008 to add, and as sidewalk debt is retired, equivalent payments will be transferred. The Corporate Residential Service Committee recommends that Council approve the Special Reserve Policy and the recommendation in the draft Special Reserve Report as attached to the December 21st, 2022 Council agenda. As Chair of the Committee, I so move.
Seconded by Counselor Mitchell. Is there any discussion on the motion? Question's been called. We'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed unanimously.
As Chair of the Committee, I move the adoption of this report.
Seconded by Counselor Green. All those in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, motion is carried. Next, we will go to Infrastructure and Operations Committee report. Counselor Garden-Cole.
The committee held its regular meeting on December 13th, 2022 in council chambers. The following motions are coming forward as a result of this meeting. First item, solid waste transportation contract. The municipality's transportation contract for solid waste, recyclables, and organics will expire March 31st, 2023. RFP 50522, Transportation of Solid Waste, was issued November 1st and closed on November 30th. The result of the RFP process was one proposal. The Infrastructure and Operations Committee recommends that Council approve the award of the Transportation of Solid Waste contract, RFP 50522, to Royal Environmental Incorporated for a 3-year term effective April 1st, 2023, and it will be added to the draft budget. As Chair of the Committee, I so move.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Oh, Counselor Rhino.
Yes, is there anything put in that contract for maybe possible option years?
Through Madam Warden, I don't believe there was option years put into this one. So the transportation contract, we linked the timing similar to the processing ones, and we're going to want to set to renewal a few of those at the 3-year mark regardless. And if we got to that point, we would, if we were in a situation where we needed to extend, we would seek CAO approval to negotiate an extension, which we'd go that route if we came to that situation.
So there's nothing built into it, just we could do that at the end.
Not this one with the fluctuating price of fuel. We didn't think it was strategically in our favor to set prices at this time on the transportation contract.
So it's 3 and done. Thank you.
Any further questions, discussion? Question's been called, we'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed unanimously. Back to you, Councillor Gurdon Cole.
Item number 2, C&D Provincial Regulation Status Update. The manager of solid waste presented a verbal update regarding the construction and demolition regulation changes. As chair of the committee, I move the adoption of this report.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Motion is carried. Next, we will go to the Parks, Rec, and Culture Committee. Councillor Gurdon Cole, I guess we're still with you.
The committee held its regular meeting on December 13, 2022 in council chambers. The following motions are coming forward as a result of this meeting. First item, open space disposal, Meadowview Way, Belknap. Parks, Recreation, and Culture staff are requesting that East Hants Council give consideration that PID 4535-4677 Meadowview Way, Belknap, be classified as surplus open space. An opportunity has arisen for the municipality to dispose of the open space land parcel in order to improve connectivity in an existing subdivision. The Parks, Recreation, and Culture Committee recommends that Council declare the open space parcel identified as PID 4535-4677 Meadowview Way, Belknap, surplus for disposal following the expression of interest method per the disposal of surplus property policy, with submissions to be brought to council for consideration and direction. Complete the property and legal review work to be funded through open space reserves required to ensure roadway connectivity with neighboring properties, and authorize staff to change the land use designation and zone of PID 4535-4677 from community use designation and the open space zone to the country residential designation and zone through the East Hants official community plan update. As chair of the committee, I so move.
Councillor, moved and seconded. Councillor Rhino.
Yes, as you know, when this came up before in committee, I voted against that. And then after receiving, the letter that we read with concerns about, that forested area that is home to many wildlife and some, actually, they mentioned some endangered species there. I still feel it's not relevant. I don't know why we're trying to make a connection. There's been no vast outcry that I'm aware of, but it's not my area, I will say that, of connecting them too. So for that, I'm still hesitant in doing this and won't be voting in favor.
Thank you, Warden. Yes, I've read the letters that were returned when we requested comments from the people within a 300-meter area of the property. And I can see, I have some empathy for them. They bought their properties with the idea that this was open space, community use. I can see where you would think that means that's not going to be developed. So I've certainly have empathy for them on that. Maybe the reason they chose that particular lot. So now we're looking at selling it. I can see where they would be upset. The reason we're selling it, or one of the reasons we're disposing of it, is so that we can have connectivity through to the playground, Royal Oak, Ridgewood, through Ridgewood and Royal Oak. That certainly could be done by just simply putting a trail across this property for the people, the residents, that they could get there. Also, if the property between Ridgewood and this property are developed, we don't want to create cul-de-sacs, and I understand that cul-de-sacs are a pain when you're looking after them. And many people that live in cul-de-sacs find out they don't care to live on cul-de-sacs. We could still have a street run out there, give access to potential development on the other property. I know that has a certain expense to it, but anyway, I'm just stating that I have a certain amount of empathy for the people that abut that property. Also, their stewardship is another of the land is something that I hold dear. I went out and looked at the property. There is some wetland on it, a nice pond, a little pond there, some nice trees. I know if I was a small child, I can still remember being a small child with that type of land. Great place to play, better than any playground that we could ever build. You can go out and find out a little bit about nature, even on a small lot like that. You'll be introduced to amphibians, different plants, reptiles that you're just not going to see in a playground. So I think the council should reconsider whether or not we dispose of this property, since we've certainly, or council, through the designation as community use, open space, certainly I can see where the people that bought those lots feel that that's how it was going to remain, that they were buying lots that were either abutted or across from an open space, and they wouldn't be looking at neighbors. Thank you.
Counselor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Thank you, Madam Warden. I've been hearing the news for the last few weeks about biodiversity and preserving wetlands and forest land, et cetera, for wildlife and species of plants. Looking forward, I always think of the adage that once it's gone, it's gone. So once this is given away and maybe developed in the future, that open space, which could be used for animals and wildlife and just for the environment, is going to be gone. So I agree with Councilor McPhee that maybe we should look at that in a different light at the present time. Thank you.
Counselor Garden Cole.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I'm in agreement with all the councillors that we've heard so far, and I would like to go ahead and make a motion that we declare that this... We have a motion? Okay.
Just for clarification, the motion on the floor is to go through the process to declare this property surplus and to dispose of it. If that was not the wish of council, council would simply have to defeat this motion that's on the floor.
Perfect. I agree with the current councillors that have already spoken. Thank you.
Counselor Musa.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I want to thank all the residents that brought that to us, because we were looking at a different screen, I'm gonna say. To me, like, open space is not just about playground. A few trees, as Councilor McPhee said, and a pond and place to barbecue or to do something or to enjoy the wilderness is better than 100 playground to me. So I think this motion should be defeated. Thank you.
Deputy Warden.
Question through you to staff. Looking at that piece of property, would there be a way to subdivide that and keep a large portion of it open space and still allow the connectivity? So it would allow that the residents are able to use the connectivity through the sidewalk network, natural trail network to access the park, and still have a large portion of the land, especially around the ponds and everything where the biodiversity has been outlined, still be there.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Warden, yes, there would be that ability to subdivide that and still keep a parcel for the connectivity. We would just have to look at how that funding source would look for the extension of the road to Meadowview Way.
I believe the question was if we could have a look at it on the screen. And if we retained
wants to
ownership of this land, we wouldn't necessarily even have to subdivide a piece off. We could just put a trail through the land. Is
Evan.
that correct?
Evan's looking to speak there as well.
Evan?
Chair, Warden. This is for, the question here is for disposal of the property because we deemed it's surplus. I guess if this is defeated, on an open space process, we can still put a road through, so we might need some direction if this motion is defeated. Where this came about is we were originally going to put request a walkway through, and there was 2 cul-de-sacs on the proposed development there. By switching to a road, we added additional benefits, as we talked about in the report, is snow clearing, garbage pickup, safety. If there's ever fire on 61 or 75 Ridgewood, that's the only in and out. Even if this isn't deemed surplus, the intention is still to propose a road. So I think we'll have to address that if this is defeated, because our intention would still be to put a road. We have the ability to put a road across open space property. The only reason we were deeming it surplus from a staff point of view is because we do have the park in Royal Oaks, which is within the 600 meters. That is a playground park. And then we have an additional 21 acres of woods land at the end of Meadowview that has a walking trail through it. So staff felt that this 4 acres could be deemed surplus, limit some of the liability exposure that the municipality is facing with this property. We understand that a pond is great for kids to play around, skate in the winter, but it's massive liability that the municipality is facing. It's much the same reason we didn't accept the parcel on the corner of Garden Road and Bellingham Avenue for the skating pond, if you guys remember from a few years ago. So that's something that we also deemed that as a reason is to dispose of this, is because of the liability with that. And by selling it, there is the potential for funds to add to the open space parcel for future recreational activities. But just back to my original point, it's just, if the intention is to have no to the deeming it surplus, there's still the issue of the roadway. We still think of the roadway as a valuable connection.
And that would certainly be a future discussion and decision of council as to what that might look like. CAO.
Through you, Madam Warden, I guess Evan said a lot of what I was going to say. There is the connectivity from a road perspective is very important from an engineering perspective and operations. With the roads, you could have your trail connectivity as well. The issue with subdividing or just putting a road through it, and Alana alluded to it, is we don't have a pot of money to pay for that road. And there's no mechanism in the MGA to have the developer pay for that road unless they own the land that it goes through. So you could have your connectivity, the municipality may end up having to pay through a general tax rate fund to put that little piece of road in. If I just scroll down here, to avoid two cul-de-sacs on this small stretch of land, this little tiny piece of road right here has to be paid for by somebody. So the connectivity is extremely important for the community. So if this gets defeated this evening, we will likely be back in January with a request to maybe take just the top end part and take this section, subdivide it off and leave the green belt down here, or some some recommendation of that nature. So I guess what I'm saying is there are options. The council could consider at a later date, but the leaving the entire piece without any connectivity to that new development would be long-term detrimental to the building of community and your planning of the community.
Counselor Rhino.
It's confusing me. We can't afford to build the road ourselves, so we give the land up, you let a developer take it, he can build the road. There's no road there now. I don't hear a big outcry. Now, maybe the councilor of the area does hear a big outcry, they want a road through there, but we can't. There's my answer. So, you know, you can put a connectivity trail through there if you wanted to have a connectivity. There's nothing there now. There's nothing there now. And I don't know why we're pushing this so hard to get this road through. I've seen stuff around this council chamber be put off for 2 to 3 months. Now we're talking, if this doesn't go through, we're bringing it back in January. I don't think that's, I just don't like that.
Counselor Green.
Yeah, I must agree with Councillor Rhino, and there is a pond on this land. We have parks that border a river. Where's our liability there? Like, I don't understand what the difference would be. You could fall in a river and drown as easy as you could into a pond. But maybe there's something that I'm missing here in the whole scheme of things.
Evan.
So I'll address Councillor Green's question first. This would be what we call passive open space. So we're not actively managing that. We don't have the staff to actively manage that. Whereas our Brickyard and our Wickwire, our Burncoat, our FTIC, these are sites we inspect on a regular basis. We have years of inspections, documentations. If something happens, we're in a less liable situation, would say. You could always get sued, but that's the case for that. Councillor Rhino's question. There's two parts to that. By requesting the road be built, the developer has to build to our property line and not stop at a cul-de-sac. So we're left with building about a 55-meter section of roadway, as opposed to requesting open space land and giving them credit for open space land to build a trail on, and then building about 140-foot walkway. Plus, you're left with the added benefits of safety for the future residents of the area, which I think is important to consider. And the added benefit, as we already talked about, is garbage collecting, snow removal, and stuff like that. I think that's about all I can answer on right now.
Counselor McPhee.
Thank you, Warden. I understand the concern about liability, but you can't shut everything down because you're always concerned about liability. It goes back to the old safety meeting quote that this is a safety meeting, nobody moves, nobody gets hurt. That doesn't work in a safety meeting, and it doesn't work for everything we do. I know things have changed since I was a child. We went sledding down the hills of my grandfather's land. We played around the ponds. All of us, children from all over the neighborhood. Fortunately, nobody ever got hurt. Just don't get hung up on the liability too much. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Counselor Musa.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Do we need to do connectivity over there? Like, it's a rural area. That's where people go for a rural area because they don't want like everybody to go through there, like especially if your road is not paved and stuff. So it's gonna be a major repair for the road every year, and I don't know. I can't see any need for that right now. Thank you.
Counselor Rhino.
I guess I'd like to know who is actually pushing for this. Is it a developer? Is it staff? Or the residents? Who is pushing for this? Where did this come from?
So this developed through our Parks Master Plan. We strive for connectivity to move people from one area to another. This is why we put walkways required at a certain length of street. This area does not provide us that opportunity. So when the developer came in, we looked at it and it started as a walkway. We should request a walkway, just like you're talking about. But through discussions through other departments, we determined that for the greater good of the community, I will acknowledge that it affects the homeowners right in the adjacent to the property. But for the greater good of the community, staff felt that a roadway would be in the best interest and the most economical way to do it.
If I may? Rebuttal? So staff is saying this is good for it. Have the people in those two subdivisions been surveyed to ask if they wanted it?
No, we didn't. If council wishes to go forward where every time there's a walkway that we want to put in, we're going to talk to the people directly, I accept that, and I guess we'll start doing that.
Fair, we're making decisions on something that's for two subdivisions, and we haven't even discussed it with those two subdivisions. It's just going like that. There's something missing here. If somebody was to come forth and say this would be a good idea from those subdivisions, and then staff approach that, I could understand that. But I'm sure we have much better things to talk about than trying to put a connectivity, a road through there that has never had it before, and I've never heard a problem in it.
Deputy Ward.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I fully understand the current residents that live there, with their properties and enjoying their properties. Part of the reason why this connectivity was brought forward also was for public safety. Because on cul-de-sacs, if something happens, right, and there's only one way in and one way out, you can have a bunch of people trapped. The connectivity allowed two one way in and an alternate way out as well. So I look at this as also a safety issue, but I think there is a better way to come to some form of compromise that allows for, I don't look at this as just getting to the park, but development is going to happen, right? And developers have every right to enjoy and develop their property as any homeowner does to have theirs. And the people who move in there have the right to enjoy their property as well. So if we look at homes are going to go in there, we want to make sure that everybody in the area is safe. And there has to be a compromise, right? And that's our job to figure out what it is. That we can ensure public safety, listen to the residents of the area, and come to a way that possibly we can protect a large portion of the greenbelt and still allow the safetiness to go through. One of the things I find very odd is that 9 times out of 10, every time there's a development going through this council chambers, the first guys we look at is public safety. Fire services, police services, EHS. And not having a way through is definitely a safety concern that we would have to manage in the future. So I think there's a way that we can come through and find a compromise that will work for everybody. And that's our job with staff to come to that conclusion. But we can't ignore that safety consideration. We don't have to approve this right now. Everybody can vote the way they want, but this connectivity, I think, is vital for the whole community. Because if something happens on Meadowview and half the road is blocked, this is an alternate route that fire services and police services can use to get through and access that rather than at the far extreme. So There's plenty of benefits for an access point. I definitely understand biodiversity, but the other thing is everybody has the right to enjoy their properties the same. Thank you.
Councillor Gordon Cole.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Through you to staff. Did you say that you have been speaking with a developer about how this might unfold?
That would actually be the planning department, but I'm involved in discussions from the park's point of view. And once I saw the plan, that's where we started with a walkway or trail to make connectivity, but just when you look at it as a big picture, and discussions with the other departments through planning, and I think I know had something to do with it too. It made more sense to get the developer to build the road to our property line and collecting all the open space funds from that new development to be used, instead of using some of the open space funds offset with land for the trail.
Okay, and I can see why a developer would be in favor of that, because they like to develop. So when I think of all the cul-de-sacs in my district and District 1, relatively new down behind the police station, Cali Lane, Concord Way. I mean, I've got a lot of cul-de-sacs, very tight cul-de-sacs, as a matter of fact. And there's no getting around those. As far as the connectivity goes, when I think of connectivity, and I know that's what we're aspiring to in our plans in the municipality, I think of it less in a rural area like this and more in the corridor areas where we're trying to connect these big developments that we're in the process of developing, so that people can walkability and connectivity to the different areas that they need to get to. And as far as a rural area like this, I mean, I realize there has to be some connectivity, but I just don't see it as being us to be pushing for it so hard in this particular location. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, it was CAO was asked to speak, and I'll just remind you folks, the only thing we are making a decision on tonight is whether or not to proceed with this disposal of open space. Discussions about trails, roads, connectivity, and that'll be a staff report in the future, and council will have a decision at that time as to what that might look like. CAO.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Just a few comments to address some of the concerns raised by council as to who's pushing for this. Your plan documents, the ones that are approved by council, I can't remember the exact sections, but there are at least 2 sections in those plan documents that push for this. So when folks come in to us at the staff level and put proposals in front of us, we live and die by those planning documents that council has approved. Your council documents push for connectivity between streets, for roads and trails, open space, throughout the documents. So when we get something, somebody who comes in with a proposal, this original proposal, I believe, had 2 cul-de-sacs. We will do what we can to work with that developer who it's as of right to develop this proposal. There is no request that comes in through council. We will do what we can to work with those developers to implement your policies of council. So we don't push one way or the other except where it relates to your policies, and that's what we've done here. So we came to council with a proposal to recommend that we do what we can, being the owners of that land, we do what we can to meet your own policies. Part of that was looking at our piece of land that was open space and seeing if we could get some connectivity through there. The connectivity in this particular neighborhood is quite extensive. There's a whole trail system throughout the neighborhood that connects Meadowview and Royal Oaks and Ridgewood Court and the playgrounds and that large piece of open space property that Evan was mentioning back here. So there is connectivity. It is important even in the country residential, even though it's a rural area. This is very much a rural urban development. So that's why it's here, because your policies say that we should look for connectivity, especially of roads, for safety, for waste collection, for all sorts of public safety reasons. This piece of property that we're talking about is this red piece. This is the property that the developer has come in with information on wanting to develop. So we don't have any control over what they develop, except that we do approve municipal streets and roads. So that's all outlined in the report. But the reason it's here is because your policies say that we should try for that connectivity. And this subdivision in particular is well connected. When you get into the back of the subdivision, you've got roads that are well connected. And that's why it's here.
Thank you. Okay. Going to go back to Councillor Rhino and then to Councillor Tingley.
Well, really, by throwing policy back in her face is really kind of unfair. We've
No,
also-
I'm going to stop you, Councillor. I believe the CAO was simply addressing a question as to why we looked at this way, and by following our policy, simply answered that question.
Well, as stated here before, and it's here tonight, that when those policies were created, they were thought to be more creative for more urban areas, not for an area such as that there. And as Councilor Garden Cole, she has many cul-de-sacs in her area. Are we as a council now going to examine each and every one of them for connectivity to every one? Because there'll be business on the slate for the next quite a few months. Thank you very much.
Councillor Tingley.
Through the chair to the CAO, any idea what the costs will be if the municipality does not dispose of this land? The cost to the municipality to put a road in there?
I don't know off the top of my head what it would cost. Jesse, I'm not sure if you have a...
Through Madam Warden, the cost, if there was a municipal contribution, I'm going to have to make some assumptions and guesses here. So I'm gonna guess that length is about 50 meters. I'm gonna guess typically I'm gonna throw in a road at $1,500 a meter. Usually there's a better base. I'm not sure on the base, so I'd probably top that up to $2,000 and I'd call it a $100,000 project on a short stint if that road connection was there. So I'd go in that range.
Okay. I certainly understand the residents' positions out there. They'd obviously want to have the green space behind them. So would I. I'm just going to finish speaking here if that's all right. But I've got to speak to staff as well. Like, I commend you for following the MPS. And I understand what you're saying about connectivity, safety, waste, et cetera. And this is our policy. I don't know about the liability situation for sure. I'd like to ask another question through the chair. Are there kids skating on that pond? Some members of the public spoke and said occasionally. So there is a liability exposure there. There's no question about that. If a kid goes through there, through the ice, the municipality will get dragged into a liability issue. It's a really tough situation. If this was a private property and the person wanted to do something and put a road through it, we'd have a hard time, I think, coming up with a reason why to not do it. And I certainly have empathy for all the residents there. But the long term here, by not doing it, is going to cost extra to put connectivity. At some point, connectivity has to be there, whether it's rural or urban area, for the same reasons of safety and waste and et cetera, and that it's our policy. It ought to be done. But that's my comments for now.
Counselor Musa.
Thank you. I really think this went, this discussion shouldn't go that far. Attacking stuff is not right. And I think we should be looking at our procedural thing, that when something like that comes to staff, they should, I don't know how to say it, but the residents should be asked for their opinion, like as any different, and we shouldn't be attacking each other. We should discuss that and either refuse it or accept it. It's simple. Thank you.
Okay, folks, I was just gonna say, there's no one left to speak. Question's been called, and I just want to remind council that the decision we're making here tonight, there'll be whole other discussions around connectivity and what that might or might not look like. That's a separate discussion for probably more than one separate meeting. So the motion that's on the floor is to declare the open space parcel surplus and follow through as is on the screen. If you are supportive of doing that, you will vote yay. If you are supportive of maintaining ownership of the property, you will vote nay. So the question's been called. And the motion has been defeated unanimously. Okay. Now. Who wants to speak? Oh. Councilor Garden Cole, back to you.
Item number 2, Community Grant Program Policy Updates. In July 2022, Council directed staff under motion C-22-292 to review the funding amount allocated to athletes for travel attending sporting events under the Recreation Programming category of the Community Grant Program. The Parks, Recreation, and Culture Committee recommends that Council approve updates to the Community Grant Program policy as described in the Community Grant Program Policy Review Report as attached to the Executive Committee agenda dated December 13th, 2022, and that Council give direction to staff to explore a standalone insurance grant program and report back to committee. As chair of the committee, I so move.
Second.
Seconded by the Deputy Warden. Is there any discussion on the motion? Question's been called. And the motion is passed unanimously.
Next item, Walton Playground Lease Agreement. The East Hants Playground Strategy outlined future playground locations in rural areas with the Walton Fire Hall, specifically listed as a future site. Staff have confirmed that the Walton Fire Hall is best location to install a playground as it is centrally located, visible to tourists, and provides an area for children during events at the hall. Walton Fire strongly supports the playground and having it located on their lands. The Parks, Recreation, and Culture Committee recommends that Council direct the CAO to enter into a 20-year land lease agreement with Walton Shore Fire Department Association, allowing the municipality to install and maintain a playground on PID 453-44146. As chair of the committee, I so move.
Seconded by Councilor Green. Councilor Mitchell.
Just a quick question through you to staff. The liability for the playground is borne by the municipality or the Walton Shore Fire Department?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Warden, yes, that would then put the liability of the playground onto the municipality. We would do the inspections and all of that.
Thank you.
Question.
And the question's been called. And the motion is passed unanimously.
As chair of the committee, I move the adoption of this report.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Motion has carried. Next, we will go to Planning Advisory Committee, to Councillor McPhee, who is Vice Chair of Planning.
I just wanted to mention that that first motion was dealt with at the public hearing, so that doesn't need to be part of the report.
Thank you.
Okay, then, we'll start with item 2. The municipality has received an application from M&M Developments Limited to redesignate and rezone a property in Enfield from rural use zone to country residential zone to enable a residential subdivision. The Planning Advisory Committee recommends that council authorize staff to schedule a public information meeting to consider a proposal for PID 45371069 to change the designation and zone from rural use to country residential. As chair of the committee, I so move.
Seconded by Councillor Green. Is there any discussion to the motion?
Question.
Question's been called. We'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed unanimously. Back to you, Councillor McPhee.
Item 3, plan update background paper, hockey stick lots. The Planning Advisory Committee recommends that council authorize staff to amend the definition of flag lot to include hockey stick lots and allow the development of a minimum number of flag lots where, in the opinion of the development officer, there is no alternative development form for areas of the municipality where there are no municipal services. As chair of the committee, I so move.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. I'd like to ask the deputy, Warden, okay. You go first, and then I'll ask you to take the chair.
Speaking, I would probably like to see, as part of this policy change, there be some criteria or something put down. This way here lets people, when they come in, they'll know what the policy is before they come in, whether they have a chance to have it approved or not. And it also allows our development officer to have some guidelines to go by. Just by leaving it up to the privy of the development officer, I believe that's really unfair to put a staff member in that position. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I'm thinking about the policy itself. Is it legal or no? Like, our policy say if you have 100 feet frontage on a road, you can subdivide. Like, if you have 200 and you need 100, you can subdivide in 2 lots. But this doesn't, like, it doesn't matter how the lot look like, it's gotta be approved. Like, if you put 20 feet by 20 feet right of way, I don't think we can oppose that. I don't think it's legal to oppose it. Because it's against our policy. If you have, we call it flag lot, but somebody call it like a normal lot. So that's how I see it. I don't know if you can explain that to me, John. Thank you.
Sure. Through you, Madam Warden. But we'll obviously do legal review before we bring back a final product, but we're pretty sure we can change the definition of a flag lot to include what we call hockey stick lots, the ones with they do have the proper frontage, but the lot is configured such that, it's not desirable, and I think we can write language to that effect. And there are other municipalities that regulate these as well. So I'm pretty sure we can, but obviously we would do a check on the amendments that come forward. And I would also say that with respect to the discretion of the development officer, that was the intention, that we would put some criteria in the policy so that it's clear, or at least where that discretion can be used and where it can't.
So the definition is in a flag lot, do you have any measurement like how the flag can be, or it doesn't matter how it is?
Well,
if it's like 30 feet by 30 feet or 40 feet by 40 feet, but as long as they have the 100 feet frontage, right? I'm against 100% against having 5 feet and 100 feet frontage. But if somebody come up, it looked like a flag lot, but it's like 30 feet wide all the way to the back, because that's the only way they can connect. So would that be acceptable?
Through you, Madam Warden. So if the minimum frontage is 100 and they maintain that 100 width all the way back and then it widened out at the back, we wouldn't consider that a flag lot. So you could do that. But typically in our document, a flag lot can get as narrow as 20 feet. So you have the frontage, or if it's a flag lot, you don't need the frontage, but you could start with a pole that's only 20 feet wide. And then there's a graphic as part of the definition. So if it appears like a flag, so even if it's say 25 or 30 feet wide, the pole, that's still not an area wide enough to put a dwelling. So that's why it would be considered a flag lot. The lot itself, where the dwelling is going to be located, is not on the pole, it's back further. So that's how you come to the conclusion that it's a flag lot.
Well, I guess it is what it is, but I don't know if it's legal. Thank you.
Ask the deputy warden to take the chair.
Go ahead, Warden.
I was unable to be here on Tuesday, and I did listen to the whole meeting at home. I didn't want to spread the germs I had that day around. I'm speaking against this motion at this time. This motion, this plan, it doesn't have, I can't vote in favor of something that we're going to develop policy for later on and not know what that policy is going to look like, number one. Number two, in the rural area that I represent, and mixed in with this discussion on Tuesday were K roads too. Well, now, I'll tell you, the interpretation is so varied, and I'm not going to get into the details of what happened to me, but I had to get a right-of-way across my neighbor's property to Highway 14 in order to get a deed to my property, which would look on a map just like a hockey stick lot, even though I have frontage on the road that we use. So I have concerns about that. And I know of another development in my district, which is, new developers just starting out who have subdivided a half a dozen lots, and some of those would certainly meet the definition of a hockey stick lot, and those lots sold fast. And I'm going to go a step further. In this day and age, if you are going to lay out the kind of money that it costs to buy a building lot, you're probably going to have a look at it. You're going to know if you have a long driveway and you're in behind another lot. That shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone, that, the layout of the lots where you're buying. And I hear that, and I understand that some folks think this is undesirable. My area, I don't see that as undesirable. This development that started to take place in my area is very desirable in my community. People are very excited to see lots being sold and new people moving into the rural community, and the plans that these folks have further down the road to create some rental space, which is badly needed. So to blanketly ban hockey stick lots is a step too far for me to support, especially not knowing what type of discretion that the development officer will have and what the criteria are. And we have an excellent development officer here, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't want to saddle the development officer with that. And it's just too subjective because our current development officer with her years of experience and wisdom might think one way. Someday that development officer will retire and we'll have somebody different there who might think entirely differently. So this goes a step too far for me. It would prohibit what's happening in my community now, which I haven't spoken to a person in my community that doesn't think what's happening there is not a great thing. And if we bring something like this in, that could stop those folks in their tracks. So I cannot support this, and I will not be supporting this motion. And if there are issues occurring because of hockey stick lots in some areas, then perhaps it has to be addressed regionally or where there are services or something like that. I don't know. And I would certainly, before I could support anything, I would have to know what the criteria would be. So for those reasons, I won't be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Back to you.
Councillor Rhino.
Yeah, kind of following along with the wardens there, right in my area that I represent, I'd encourage hockey stick lots, flag lots, any lots. We need development out there. We need it, right away. What was done prior to this? So are we changing, this is, a hockey stick lot was an as of right, and now we're changing it so it has to come under the consideration of the development officer before it's approved?
Through you, Madam Warden, yes. Right now, as long as you meet the frontage requirement, it doesn't matter how long that pole is, how many other lots it sort of jigs and jags behind, and that would be an approved lot as of right.
That's quite a bit to lay on one person, I would say. And, the people may view this another way. More I think about this, this really puts another stopper up against development in the rural area. So I really, right now, I can't support it. I'd like to see more development. I'd like to see more people come to our area. Thank you.
Councillor Musa.
I think I have a couple of questions for John. I always miss it, and now I remember. So, why is it allowed now in a serviced area?
Through you, Madam Warden, it is, but we really don't see them in serviced areas because it doesn't make any sense where if you have the required frontage, you're going to use that frontage and put a house there. You're not going to, in a rural area where you're not putting services in the ground, the frontage is less important than the area. So in serviced areas, it's not really an issue.
So, okay, one more thing, like, I know I never liked those lots before, but right now I'm trying to think about them more. And if you have 2 acres, 200 feet by 400 feet, and probably it's better to have it 200 by 200 in the back and 200. It's more like we were just talking about people enjoying their lot, and people will enjoy a square lot than a long, narrow lot, and their neighbors like side by side. They could subdivide it in half, 100 feet by 400, but it's not desirable. So if I think, and they're selling really good and in affordable too, because when the developer don't have to put the road, like it happened on Mackenzie Lane, and the lots were sold like almost half price than the front, the lot in the front. And people grab them and they're enjoying them and they're happy with them, and they put $600,000 home on them. So I think something is working. We should leave it for now. Probably it's become a problem, and people start complaining about it and stuff. And then we should be looking at it. But if something is working, I think we should leave it for now. Thank you.
Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This piece of land is on a K road, is it not, Director? It is, yeah. So,
This is not referring to a specific piece of land.
sorry, yeah, I'm on the wrong one. Sorry about that, Madam Chair. Yeah.
Anything else, Counselor Head?
Just a second. No, that's it. Thank you.
Deputy Warden.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Yeah, when looking at this, it has happened in some areas that where an existing road comes to very close to an end. Sometimes you'll see a cluster of flag lots appear, which then makes the extension of the road impossible and landlocks a landowner behind that parcel of land. In some cases, which I've seen in my area, they'll double or triple stack flag lots rather than build a secondary road or a loop, which then creates, as I'm seeing now, friction as we approach winter between neighbors that have connecting 3 wide flags or hockey sticks for the frontage about snow removal and things like this. So I do agree that we need to have our criteria based before we can implement anything along the lines of restricting. It does say right in the policy that there is a minimum number allowed. I had a talk with a woman yesterday who lives on a flag lot, and she was very happy when she bought it, and she is putting her house up for sale because it is causing issues because her neighbors in her front yard and her children and their children, and there's not a natural break that you would have if there was a roadway or anything separating them. There are some areas where a certain number of them would work very well, especially as Councillor Musa put out, when you have a very long, narrow piece of property and you want to divide it into 2 equal pieces. But if you look at some of these, it's just 7 little hockey sticks going, and some of the legs of these stretch for, a massive amount to fit in 7 or 8 properties. And we talk a lot about here in council chambers when it comes to development in the serviced area, people using driveways rather than a road. Well, what's happening here with some of these lots is people are using these sticks rather than putting a road in to give people proper property frontage. And that's how they're getting around it, is by putting that 100 feet little piece at the bottom, and then you're stacking them all up, where if they looped a road through, they would all be the desirable square lots and would open up for further development of other properties. So I believe we do need to address the flag lots, especially in areas that are cutting off neighboring properties from development and landlocking them in such a way that this motion here might not be the one that needs to come right now. Maybe we need to have the policy and the criteria come first for discussion before we look at restricting the amount of lots that go forward. That's what I have to say right now. Thank you.
So, Madam Warden? Yep.
Okay, go ahead, John.
Thank you. So this motion, if it passed, would really, all it does is authorize staff to come back as part of the plan update with that detail that I think some councillors are asking for, but where that discretion is for the DO and so on. So this is not a final decision on a policy. This is a direction to staff to go away and draft something.
Councillor Tingley.
I think John just answered my question. When we went through this in our last meeting, I understood the reason staff was recommending this is because it's disorganized planning in the municipality, and it's not desirable because it is disorganized. If they're only looking at coming back with a plan, I certainly can support this motion.
Councillor Garden Cole.
Thank you, Madam Warden. So through you, when I read this motion that says authorize staff to amend the definition of flag lot to include hockey stick lots and allow the development of a minimum number, where is the part where you're going to bring it back for us to approve it?
Through you, Madam Warden, well, because these regulations and policy will be either part of your municipal planning strategy, land use bylaw, or subdivision bylaw. So they would have to go through that reading, the first and second reading process. So they would come back as part of the intention was it would come back as part of the plan update. And maybe the motion could have been more clear about that, but it was certainly the intent that, and it can't just end here. It has to have 2 readings of any change to your bylaw.
Thank you.
Ask you to take the chair again, Deputy Warden.
Go ahead, Warden.
Well, I tend to agree with Councillor Garden Cole. It's not the impression that the wording of the motion certainly leaves. And I'm still not prepared to support the motion because I have a fear that if this goes through and becomes part of a larger document in the plan review and that's when we miss things. And I understand that people here believe that these hockey stick lots are undesirable. At this point in time, I do not agree with that. In the rural district that I represent, I have had 0 complaints. The development that's currently being started, the 6 lots that have been sold, some of them are hockey stick lots, it's welcome. It's very welcome development in my area. And yes, sometimes when you have homes sharing driveways, concerns happen. That happens in townhouses, in row housing, in cities, in towns, everywhere across this country. And people just have to figure it out. So I guess it's, for me, it's not a problem in my area. I don't want it outlawed in my area. I can't be any blunter than that. Until it becomes problematic in some way, then I'm very happy to have the development that's starting to take place. So I don't feel that this is the way to go at this time, and I won't be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Warren. Back to you.
Councillor Musa. No.
Question on the motion.
Question's been called. We'll go to the vote. And the votes are in, and the motion has failed by a vote of 7 against and 4 in favor, with Councillor McPhee, Deputy Warden Perry, Councillor Mitchell, and Councillor Tingley voting in favor. Councillor Hebb, Councillor Musa, Councillor Rhino, Councillor Garden Cole, Councillor Eisner, myself, and Councillor Green voting nay. Okay, back to you, Councillor McPhee.
Thank you, Warden. As chair of the committee, I move the adoption of this report.
All those in favor? Aye. Contrary? Motion is carried. Now we go to Alana for ratification of a land purchase.
Thank you, Madam Warden, through you to Council. Council previously gave direction to staff in camera on November 15th executive to enter into discussions to purchase a 1.25 acre lot along Highway 1 in Mount Uniacke for a purchase price of $73,000, including HST, with the funds coming from the Open Space Mount Uniacke capital reserves and any additional required above that coming from the Open Space Mount Uniacke obligatory reserves. Further discussion the following week at council indicated that staff would negotiate an additional 450 square meter parcel at the back of the lot to ensure connectivity to future adjacent developments. So the 1.25 acre lot is indicated with the check mark, and the additional 450 meter square parcel is with the line at the bottom. And this all came from an open space agreement where staff were able to negotiate over 12 acres of an open space parcel in Mount Uniacke. So I guess also with the background to that, with that open space negotiation, the requirement was only about 4 acres, but staff were able to negotiate 3 times that. And we have indicated in the previous 2 reports that there's really good future recreation potential at this site for whatever assets may be deemed viable at that time. So there's 2 points of clarification as we get further into this process, and really it's housekeeping on my end. And the initial motion should have indicated 73,000 plus HST, and this would be in alignment with other land purchases that we've done recently. And then there's also additional survey cost of $7,800 plus HST, and what we're proposing is that those also come from the Open Space Mount Uniacke capital reserves and obligatory reserves, however that fits. And the reason being, typically within the open space negotiations, we require the developer to cover those survey costs, but under these circumstances and the fact that we were able to negotiate 3 times more land than was really required, we proposed that we would cover those survey costs. So what we're recommending is that council ratify in-camera direction given to staff the following motions. So move that council ratify in-camera direction given to staff at the November 23rd council meeting to acquire the 1.25 acre property plus an additional 450 square meters along Highway 1 at a purchase price of up to $73,000 plus HST, and cover the $7,800 plus HST survey costs for the open space parcel using Open Space Mount Uniacke capital reserves, with any additional funds required coming from the Open Space Mount Uniacke obligatory reserves.
Thank you. Deputy Warden Perry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to move the recommended motion. However, we'll have to amend the additional 450 square meters is not along Highway 1. It is at the rear of the original open space parcel. So I'm going to read the motion out and change that. Move that council ratify in camera direction to staff at the November 23rd, 2022 council meeting to acquire the 1.25 acre property plus an additional 450 square meters at the rear of the initial open space contribution at a purchase price of $73,000 plus HST, and cover the $7,800 plus HST survey costs from open space parcel using Open Space Mount Uniacke capital reserves, with any additional funds required coming from Open Space Mount Uniacke obligatory reserves.
Up to 73.
Or up to 73,000. I so move.
Seconded by Councillor Musa. Is there any discussion on the motion? Question's been called. We'll go to the vote. Need somebody else to vote.
I wasn't there for the camera, so I have to leave. I was part of the discussion.
But you've been privy to the discussion tonight, and I don't believe that our rules
The original
allow you
discussion
to
was
abstain.
from the 24th.
And the motion is passed unanimously. Okay. Oh. I've lost the agenda again. Okay, have we adopted this report? All right, coming up next is the warden's report, so I'll turn the chair over to the deputy warden.
Go ahead, Madam Warden.
Well, I have a few things this month, and I apologize. There were a couple of things I intended to bring up during planning, and somehow it got by me and I didn't bring them up. So I have given planning staff advance notice that I plan to bring these motions forward and hope for council support. And these are related to the current project that we're working on around introducing zoning to the current unplanned area. So my first motion is that I move that we do a jurisdictional scan of abutting municipalities, particularly around their agricultural land zones and policies.
Moved by the warden, seconded by Councillor Rhino. Did we not make that similar motion before? Is that already on the books or not, John? Nope, okay. Question's been called on the motion. We'll go to the vote. And the votes are in and it's passed unanimously. Back to you, Warden.
And also related to this current exercise, as many of us who attended most, if not all, of the meetings, we are certainly, and staff are certainly well aware of public feeling about this in the rural area. And out of those meetings, I did take one. I listened to everything that everyone said, but there was a suggestion made there that I think was a very good suggestion. And the fear is that we sent a brochure out alerting people there were going to be some meetings and we were bringing zoning in. Many people didn't really think it would affect them because they didn't understand that if they owned 10 acres or 20 acres, it might be zoned as agricultural land. So it just, people just don't realize. And they're starting to realize now, and we are getting some of the requested correspondence asking us to review those zones. And I'm very happy to see that. So I believe it was always the plan to send by direct mail an addressed stamped letter to each landowner who is going to have zoning introduced, telling them what their zoning was proposed to be prior to the public hearing. And I agree with the lady that spoke at the meeting that said that may not be long enough. It won't give people time to react once they realize and if they're not in agreement with the proposal. So I am going to move that we send individual direct correspondence to landowners with proposed zoning much earlier so that people have time to react and let us know if they are in agreement or not in agreement with the proposed zoning.
Moved and seconded by Councillor Green. Moved and seconded by Councillor Green. Up to speak, Councillor Rhino.
I'll support the motion, but I asked the question here tonight, when will that fall under for discussion on this rural zoning issue? And I was told that it would come back to January's executive. Now, if this motion goes forward, will we have enough time? Should that discussion around that particular AR zone and zoning be held off until we hear those are mailed out and we give them a reasonable amount of time to hear back from?
Councillor Rhino, I believe the motion is once the plan is finalized, no, it's not about
Not what I heard.
Okay, because I understood basically pushing back the public hearing to give the residents enough time once we make a final decision. Okay. All right, I'll turn it back over to the warden for clarification, please.
It has become extremely clear to me from the folks I've heard from and from the meetings I attended and in general conversation with other residents that there is not a great understanding in many cases of what is taking place. And the people who are understanding what their land is proposed to be zoned about are certainly letting us know, if they think we got it wrong. I know that there are a lot of people out there who are going to be affected by this who aren't going to find out until the last minute if we wait until this is finalized and then send a letter out. I know it's going to cost some extra money, but introducing zoning to an area that previously had no regulation, introducing it to property owners and residents who don't want it, And having to do it ourselves when we don't want to do it has been extremely difficult. And I think we have to do everything we can to make sure that every resident who's affected has every opportunity possible to engage. And if we send them each a letter and tell them what the proposal is, and someone chooses not to read the letter or not to respond to the letter, there's nothing I can do about that. But I will feel that I have given them the opportunity. I have given them the information to study it and to understand what it means to them. Because I have many people who have had land parcels captured under the AR designation that may be 10 acres, 15 acres. It's just land that's been handed down through generations in many cases. It's land that they're holding, hoping their children will come home and build on. They're not farmers. They're not going to farm it. In some cases, they have a neighboring farmer keep it mowed just to keep it from growing up. And in a case that came to my home today, that hasn't even been done. It hasn't been mowed for a number of years, and it was still, because it's not perfect science how this was done. So, no, I don't want to wait until everything is final. We have a draft document there. The understanding we have from the province is that we do have to regulate agricultural land. We may make a change based on the consultation or on the survey we do with other municipalities, or we may not. But at least right now, I want the people who are going to be affected to know, and I would like that correspondence to go out sooner rather than later. And I would like the correspondence to include a brief description of what it means and the steps that they should take if they're not in agreement with it. And so that's the clarification I'm giving. And I agree, Councillor Rhino, that will mean that we won't finalize the discussion on what's come in, but I do believe that the director said it might not be till February anyway.
Director, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Warden. So this week, staff started going through the requests for zone changes based on the draft documents, and we did intend to bring a report back. Actually, there were 10 pages of them that we went through this week. So I guess my preference would be not to send those letters out until PAC and council's had an opportunity to review staff's recommendations on those, because otherwise we'll be sending letters to some people telling them they're proposed to get AR zoning that following this change, they may not be getting AR zoning.
I would simply include in the letter that goes out, if you have previously notified staff of your opposition to your proposed zoning, you do not need to do so again. That information is being held on file for review when the process concludes.
All right, so we're right now at the 21st of December. I don't imagine that you're gonna get a lot of letters wrote, even in mass, till after the Christmas. How realistic would it be to put all those letters out and have it back and have a meeting even in February? We'd have to put a time frame on it that would have to be returned by for discussion. But I heard here tonight, we're gonna be discussing this in January, and now with this motion, we're not gonna get that done in January, and I'd be hard pressed to say we'd be talking about it in February. So where are we gonna stand on this? I agree with the motion, don't get me wrong. But we gotta give ample time to digest, get them out, get them back, digest them, bring them back to executive.
Through you, Madam Warden, I would say that there's no chance they'll go out before the new year. So it would be maybe the second week, probably the third week of January before we could organize it and get them out the door. And then, as you said, you would probably want about a month's response time to those letters. So then we're into mid-February.
Then you're in what, excuse me?
We would be into mid-February before we would have any response back.
Yeah, but you'd still have to get them, organize them once they come back and present them to staff. So realistically, we would not be discussing this until March, correct?
That's reasonable, I think, Madam Warden.
So if the mover is happy with that, I'm good with that too. But we gotta give ample time, I do agree. And we gotta make sure most people know what's going on out there right now.
So, Madam Warden, if I could ask, so does that mean you don't want us to come back in January with the summary of the responses that we received to date and staff's recommendation on each of those? Or do you want to wait until the second round of letters? I'm not clear.
I'm easy either way. I'm fine going through with them as they come in.
Okay.
Because I intend to look. I don't intend to see a table come in with staff recommending yay on this table and nay on this table. I intend to look at each and every one separately. And we may well agree on many and we might not. So if, as we have them come in, I would have no problem in reviewing them, making a decision on what we have and putting it on file, and then we won't have, because I think you have 10 pages now. Once these letters go out and people become more aware, I think we'll have many, many more pages, and I think it makes sense to spread the decision-making or the work over a period of time. I don't mind reviewing the requests we have now. Very happy to do that. But I don't want that to be the end of it. I want people to feel that we've heard them and that we're giving them every opportunity we can to tell us, what they think we should do. And then we'll have to go from there.
Thank you, Warden.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Warden. So just to be clear, the motion has the words much earlier, which isn't really clear for us on the process and how we go.
To go out in January.
So is there, through you, Mr. Chair, I don't think we would get them out the door by committee day. So is there appetite to wait until the 18th of January when we have PAC review that list that John's talking about, just to limit the confusion for people, because they will be confused. There's no question. The communication planning around this has to be well done, because if you keep sending letters out with different information, people will get confused, which would probably hurt the process on their end even more. So I'm not sure if there's a rush or if there's an intention to do these letters and then another set of letters once the lists have been vetted through PAC. And if that's the case, then I would probably suggest that our communication plan be that we send out those letters even once the preliminary list is done, maybe that council evening or council on the 17th authorize the changes as discussed at PAC, and then we can send the letters out by the 20th of January and have them, they'll be all ready to go. And then we'll just have to deal with the changes between the 18th and the 20th, get those letters out, and then have that month of feedback time. Does that make sense?
I don't have a problem with that, providing that those ones that we will be reviewing in the interim will be getting letters in response to their requests, so that they know their request has been, a decision has been made on it one way or the other. Because if we don't answer those people and then their neighbors get a letter and they don't, that's going to cause more consternation and confusion. But no, I don't have a problem with that. I would, with the agreement of the seconder, I would say send them out in January rather than much sooner. That's a little bit clearer.
Does the seconder agree?
I'd like to speak.
You're up to speak after Councilor
You know,
Musa.
really, I think we're missing the boat here, because if we think we're gonna start to look at these individual in January, is that after that we have gone out to all the other municipalities and canvassed them to see what there is, looked at what kind of return that was sent from the province, and make some decisions, because really, we could end this very quickly without going through any papers. We really could, in some form or other. So I guess, you know, we've got to, to me, we've got to make that before we start going down each individual one in a row, in a row, in a row. We got to see if we can just, what we can do in the general terms to alleviate this problem.
Would you like to speak? There you go.
Thank you, Deputy Warden. So I don't think we would have to wait. We could, the review would be based on your current draft documents and your current agricultural policies. If you make some changes after you hear, and I don't know when that jurisdictional scan would be ready, it probably would be February. There's no reason you couldn't then change again, I guess, which is part of the confusion of sending letters out, I guess, at this stage. But it's kind of the nature of a review like this, where you may change policy after you've informed people what their zone's going to be.
Well, I think in the process of sending letters out to people that are already upset and have already been told one thing, you're just telling them the same thing, and there's changes coming, then we're going to be sending out letters again about what the changes have happened. That's basically what's on the floor. So next up is Councilor Musa.
Thank you. When we send those letters, the proposed changes, so if someone's land's gonna be RU2 zoning, right? And we don't have anything about RU2 in our document, are we gonna send something like a graph, what each zone on this letter, what each zone you can do and how much minimum lot? Because there's lots of stuff they need to know before they make a decision.
Through Warden. There would be a summary in the letter, typically, where you would say your property is proposed to be zoned RU2. That zone would permit, and then you would give some examples of things that would be permitted. But then you would direct them to the website where the full draft document is, if they want more information, or they would also invite them to contact staff if they want more information.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that they have something to rely on to know, like, especially the agricultural zone. If they don't know how much the minimum zone, the minimum lot's gonna be, like, I don't even know, but I should ask you that. Is it like West Hants, 25 acres?
For the
agriculture?
I can't remember off the top of my head. It's similar to that, I
Because
think.
I was looking at West Hants, they have, if your zone is agriculture, like prime agriculture, your minimum size lot is 25 acres. So you could be killing a lot, saving for a lot of people here.
Through you, Madam Warden, no, we don't have a lot size, a minimum lot size that high in the AR zone.
Okay.
I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's
Yeah,
not
but
that
at
high.
least we have something like to inform them where to go or how to get access to that. I'm agreeable with that. Thank you.
Next up, CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Warden. So, councilors, I understand that there's a lot of angst in the community right now with the proposed zoning that is on the table. Setting that aside, I think if there's any indication from this council that you are going to receive your jurisdictional scan and make significant changes to what's in there, I think you need to pause and deal with that before you go back out. To me, this sounds like a communication nightmare as far as the timing of things. We're under no pressure to get this done until 2024. So if it's another month, then I would recommend you take the month and make your decision based on where you want to go, and then go back out to your public through your letters. If you think you're going to significantly change it. If not, then stay the course, and we can send out the letters in January.
Thank you, CAO. Councillor Green?
Yeah, much the same as CAO. We're not pushed in this. Let's do it right. And as Councillor Rhino said, there may be some significant changes coming to this that may alleviate some of this. I'm still all in favor of the letters, but I'm also good to see what the jurisdictional scan brings first.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Do you like to speak, Warden? Warden?
It will be the will of the majority of council. But I believe we all know that the vast majority, if not all the requests that we're getting, is to rezone from agricultural to RU2. I don't really think at this point in time it will matter to people what agricultural reserve looks like. They just want to be RU2. To wait until we get, I don't know what the jurisdictional scan's going to look like. I don't know of some municipalities, I'm pretty sure of at least one that hasn't done anything with this yet. So I'm not interested in waiting 6 months to a year to see what they do in order to decide to send letters. We're going to send letters anyway. I just really want people to understand that we do care, we do understand, and I'd like folks to start addressing me by my first name again instead of Mrs. Rolston that I've known all my life. This is a difficult time, and I just think it's a good show of faith to send the letters. Yes, maybe we can have a jurisdictional scan in February, but we're not going to know what we're going to do with it in February. If we get the report in February, you're back to March again. I would just really like to have the letters go out and say, based on the current proposed zoning in the current draft document, should there be further changes to the draft document, we'll have to tell them again. And because flyers just didn't work, they just didn't work for the majority of people. A gentleman that was at my home today had no recollection of a flyer, and he's someone who, if that flyer came, he'd have read it. But, it's possible that someone else in the household just thought it was junk mail and tossed it. But somebody's not going to toss a letter with a stamp and an address on it to someone without them seeing it. That's my hope. So I'd like to see the letters go out sooner rather than later. I don't know, based on the province's response as I read it, what changes we might or might not be able to make to our proposal. But I'm going to go out on a limb here and say anyone who requested their land be taken out of AR and put into RU2 will be perfectly happy to leave it in RU2 even if we change the AR zone. And if there are people who look at a different AR zone and say, well, yeah, I would like that, they can tell us and we can put it back. But anyway, those are my comments. I just want to get a letter out there to folks and make sure that everybody knows what's going on in a reasonable time and has a reasonable time to respond so that we aren't doing catch-up for years afterwards because we're still, from previous plans, we're still, when people go to try and do something with a lot, that's when they realize it got zoned agricultural reserve and that they didn't. We're still dealing with that. So to avoid as much of that down the road as we can, I think it's important.
Thank you. If I can turn the chair back over to you for a second so I can speak. I 100% agree with providing correspondence to anybody affected. The problem I have with the current motion, the reason I can't support it is we've gone out for public consultation. Many of us were there for all the meetings. Staff was there for the meetings. We get the sentiment that what is currently proposed is not desirable. We have plenty of information coming back to us from multiple areas about how we can change or what we can work on to make it better. And I just believe that if we send out the same information that they sat through a meeting with and we're very upset about, that we're just going to re-upset people, even though, and they're going to think that we're not working on it. We are doing a jurisdictional scan. We are doing many things to look at what ways we can change draft 5 Bravo. And we started at 1 Alpha. So this is a part of a process, and I agree with Councillor Green. We are in no rush right now. I would rather get out the proper information, or even information that says something that we are continually to work. This is not the final draft. We started with draft 1A and we're on 5B. We've gone through plenty of different iterations to get to where we are now. And I believe that people need to know that we're still working. I just fear that if we send it out and tell them the exact same information they already got, they're going to think it's a done deal and that we're not working and that we did not listen to what they told us at those community meetings. Those are my comments. Okay, first up, Councillor Garden-Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. So is there some way that we can mesh that information together? That we can get the information out that we want, reach out to them, let them know that while we are trying to work through this, as of right now, this is what they would be zoned, but that it isn't finalized yet, that we are still, so we kind of kill 2 birds with 1 stone?
I would probably send this to the CAO for the communication plan makeup would definitely be key of what message gets sent out. So CAO?
Thank you. Again, it's just messy. Because we can say we're working on it, we can say we're working on changing it, but we don't actually have direction of council to work on changing it to something else other than what it is right now. Again, that jurisdictional scan, the correspondence from the province, having that in a report from staff that council at PAC committee can digest and make informed decisions on how we go forward, I think is important. And until then, as staff sit down to write correspondence to people, we can't say what council's doing or thinking because we don't know. There's no motion of council to say we're going to change it. We just need to do something. I mean, we can listen to everything that everyone says around the room, but we have to be very careful what we put in a letter. If council, we can say, well, council's looking at getting it changed, don't worry, when that may not be the end result of the work that council does on this issue. So we have to be very deliberate in our messaging when we write letters on behalf of council, and especially in these processes where we're doing, rezoning and whatnot, affecting people's land and their lives. So I would be cautious about putting out preliminary, we heard you and we're working on it, because you may get to the end of your process and decide that you've worked on it and you can't change it, or you've worked on it and you're going to, change the whole thing around. We don't know where that's going to land yet. Does that answer your question? Kind of.
Well, it's an answer. And this is messy. There's no getting around it. I don't know. Yes, it does. It gives me your perspective on it, and it's messy, yeah. That's it.
Yes, just to let you, See, I'm fielding more calls from people who have heard from the group that is formed down there, and they are asking me, Keith, we're just hearing about this from this group. What's your take on it? We have this amount of land. I guess we're zoned agriculture. So, you know, prior to this starting, I put it out on Facebook, posted it all the time, and I said it's very important. But until it affects people, that's when it catches on. So I don't think everybody has, not everyone has Facebook. Not everyone comes to those meetings because they weren't aware of what's going on. I think the issue's created itself big enough now that we should be sending those letters, at least to say, don't gotta be a long letter. You have your property, PDIC is in the proposed and whatever it is. If you have any concerns or questions, please write back to staff by such and such a date. Very simple to me. And that's the way I see it. But we have to if the issue's so big now that we have to try to make sure everybody's informed.
Thank you, Councilor Rhino. Next up, Councilor Musa.
Thank you, and I promise this will be my last time. I have a simple solution for you, John. Every Crown land, there's a lot of Crown land over there. Throw them all they want to. They want to preserve the agricultural land, just throw it there. Wherever you feel like it, put some in there. But to go for someone who's maintaining their property, like cutting their grass, mowing their grass to keep it nice, or even if you have RU zone, you can have farming, you can have anything on it. So it doesn't have to be zoned agriculture. So I will go after those farms that register their land in a farm name, those agriculture. They're not paying taxes. They should be agriculture. But to go after somebody who's making like a couple bucks on a few bundle of hay and make them lose half, like 90% of their value of their property if it is rezoned, I don't agree with that. But there are a lot of places you could put farmland. You could put. I think that what we should do is a scan should come up really, really simple. Like there shouldn't be no changes on it. I mentioned that, and if nobody agreed with me, there's a parcel in Rawdon on the like Hillsvale, and it's on a corner, and he keep about half of it nice and clear, and he doesn't have any farm, he doesn't have anything, and it was gonna slap, and I said I don't agree with that. So the scan should come up like all the farms, 100%. That's what they're making their living, and that's what they want. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Next up, I'm going to go to Councilor Tingley.
I just want to point out one thing. We're talking about what should be done, whether somebody's mowing their lawn or whatever. But my understanding from reading the rules and the guidelines here is whatever's already been designated or identified as Class 2 or Class 3 or whatever these class soils is, that's what the province is going to decide on.
Well, Councilor Tingley, we've already gone through the soil classification.
I
And that's
understand
not
that.
what we did to do any of our zoning on.
No, my question is, why are we talking about whether you're mowing a lawn or whether you're growing stuff on it or not? Is that not irrelevant in our
That
discussion here?
discussion came from the community meetings up in the shore area where there are plenty of landowners who have large parcels of land.
Right.
That aren't farming, but they
Right.
let the neighbor cut the hay off it because it keeps it nice and neat.
Right.
And they're gonna be zoned agricultural, even though it's not really a farm.
I understand that.
That's where some of this discussion is. But the motion right now is not about what things are zoned. The point of order is we are discussing the motion on the floor to send out letters.
Okay. Well, that was my point. Why are we talking about this? That's what my point was.
Exactly. Nope. Thank you, Councilor Tingley. Councilor Rhino.
Just to be quick, we are straying into an executive council or planning meeting without the entire planning committee here, and we're getting very close to that edge of that. There's a motion on the floor to send letters out. That's what we should be dealing with.
Councilor Head.
Thank you, Madam, Mr. Ward, Deputy Warden. I think we're going in circles here. I won't be supporting the motion. I think we better get a lot more information before we start sending letters out to the public and let them know what's really going on. And sending letters out now is just the same thing as what they've already heard. So if we're gonna send letters out, send them with new information that we're counting on. So, thank you.
Warden.
All I want to do is make sure everyone who's affected by this realizes that they're affected in some way. That's why I want to send letters out now, or very, as soon as we can. Yes, this is a draft document, and there may be changes. But if anyone calls this office tomorrow and asks a question about their property, they're going to be answered based on the draft document that's there now and told what their land is proposed to be zoned. The problem is that I'm sure over half the people out there don't know they should be calling, or they should be going on and looking at the tool. And I want those folks to have the opportunity, because I haven't been approached by anyone in my area yet who is sending those letters in and requesting the change that I don't intend to support 100% in their request. Will there be some? I don't know. But that's all my motion was intended to do, was reach the folks who attended the meetings. They know what the effect is. But the folks who had 10 acres out back that, they don't know that they're being affected. And I just want everybody to know and give everybody the opportunity to say yay or nay. All we're doing is, we're moving forward, yes, in other ways, but I don't think our flyers did the job we hoped they'd do. And I really want to send folks those letters. And that's it.
Question's been called. We'll go to the vote.
To send individual direct correspondence to landowners with proposed zoning, and I originally said earlier, but I had changed that to sometime in January so that people have time to provide their feedback.
Back to you, Warden, for your report.
Well, thank you, folks, for indulging me in that, but I wasn't able to be here on Tuesday to get that out in planning at committee level, and I just really felt that it was something really, really important. I'll be very brief with the rest of my report. November was a rather quiet month December, was a rather quiet month for me, because I went from one cold to having pink eye to having another cold and I'm just hoping I stay healthy till Christmas. But I did attend the regular virtual directors meeting. I missed the tour of the RCMP facility due to illness, and I'm very sorry to have missed that. I missed being able to be here to present the Queen's Jubilee medals to our very well-deserving staff, and I thank the Deputy Warden for handling that. I was very disappointed to not be able to be here to do that, and I just do want to add my congratulations to those staff for those well-deserved awards. And I'd like to just take a moment to thank council and staff for all of the hard work and patience over the past 2 years as we continue to try and navigate through COVID, combined with everything the province is demanding that we do and setting deadlines for, and it's not always, it is messy and it's not pretty, and I guess This is my first term as warden, and I just want to say a thank you to council and staff for, I know how hard you're all working, and I appreciate the support that you've shown me, and doing the best I can here. Not saying I'll never get it wrong, because I was wrong once. I didn't like it. I've never done it again since, but it could happen. All joking aside. Other than that, we have pretty much transitioned to something of a new normal, and I hope that the disease levels don't force us to go backwards. But Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to everyone. I wish you all a restful, staff, council, the public, everyone, a restful, peaceful, joyful holiday season. Time to refresh and recharge, and only things good in the new year. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Now back to you.
Okay, folks, we are past the time of adjournment, which was 9:30. All that is left is business from councilors, and I believe a relatively short in-camera session. Do we really want to come back Thursday night, or we can probably finish this in half an hour? But I am going to ask you what your wish is, because we are past the hour we set for adjournment.
Nice will stay.
Okay, Councilor Rhino?
I can foresee a lot of conversation around the in-camera sessions. I'm just gonna say, 11 o'clock's I turned into a pumpkin and I'm heading down that road, so go from there.
We'll do our best to finish before then, because we wouldn't want you driving down the road as, I've seen you in a pumpkin, sir. All right, so we'll start with Councilor Rhino for business from councilors.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I'd just like to report on November 24th, the CAO and myself attended a roundtable discussion with the Department of Justice around policing matters and policing issues. And it was held at the rec center, and really we should have been down on ice level because it was so cold in the room we were at. But anyway, other than that, I was surprised to learn that many of the things that were talked about on behalf of the Department of Justice and what they should or shouldn't be doing, or what the staff sergeants, that had RCMP complement should be doing, we are getting in East Hants right now. And I was very surprised that, we are way far ahead to what other neighboring municipalities are. And I'd just like to put that out there. So, East Hants is ahead with there, and we have an exceptional staff sergeant. On December the 5th, I attended with other councilors the RCMP tour, and it was very, very informative. And what stood out to me was, I know it's their jobs and I know they get paid for it, but it was the enthusiasm of the presentation that stood out to me. They were very proud of their work protecting and serving the people. So those are what stood out to me. And for everyone, I wish you a Merry Christmas and a happy and prosperous New Year. Stay safe and stay well.
Councilor Garden Cole.
Thank you. I participated in the Santa Parade from Enfield to Elmsdale in the corridor area. It was very well attended. It was great to see everybody out and supporting and in good cheer, as well as a lot of Christmas tree lightings. The crowds were amazing. So people are definitely in the mindset that they want to be out, and that's great. I had the pleasure of awarding long service awards to the members of the Enfield Fire Department. I also went to the RCMP headquarters tour and was very impressed with it as well. At this time, I would like to wish all the residents of the municipality of East Hants, as well as staff and council, a Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, however you celebrate the season. I wish you a peaceful, safe, and happy holiday. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Warden. On November 30th, the Colchester East Edge Library Board had their meeting. you would have received the annual report, so if you look through it, there's some very nice articles and pictures. And library staff, because of their efforts getting through the last years of COVID and other issues, they received gift cards, and they were very appreciative of the gift cards. December 2nd, the Christmas tree in Elmsdale had their lighting, and also followed by fireworks just before the rain began. It was a great crowd, and there were 3 vendors selling food, which the lineups were too long for me to stay in, so I didn't get in line. On December 3rd, we had the Christmas parade. I took the time to share some time with the residents of Elmwood Subdivision, who I don't get to see often because a lot of them work. For the dates, the 6th, 7th, 8th, I attended the directors' meetings in Ottawa. 2 groups I attended were dealing with for housing. Liberal Andy Fillmore and Tony Van Blin. And from the NDPs, Randall Garrison were the two groups, the Liberals and the NDP. We talked about the housing, but I kept throwing in the word affordable housing, trying to remind them you can build all the rental units you want or all the houses you want, but if not affordable, then they will be empty. To answer Deputy Warden Perry's question on the RCMP that he asked me to ask, the 200 to 250 million is probably going to cover their back pay. And according to Dominic LeBlanc, the Minister of Infrastructure and Intergovernmental Affairs, his opinion is that he thinks the federal government will cover all costs or some of the costs. On Wednesday, on the last day, Thursday, we had a committee of the whole, and we talked about harassment of elected officials, and it was very interesting to see some of the comments and what some of the elected officials are put up with phone calls of people arriving on their doorstep or on their property to harass them about things they disagree with. But besides that, it was interesting. I talked to a couple homeless people on Parliament Hill. There was a group protesting and enjoying life, playing music and having a beverage of smoke. I'll just leave it at that. I attended the question period on Wednesday, and if you've watched it on TV, it's exactly the same. I enjoyed it, I guess. My comment was, it was a circus, and some others agreed that when the opposition asked the government for a question, they didn't get the opportunity to speak for all the caterwauling and desk clap, noise making, etc., etc. But besides that, it was enjoyable, and I'm hoping that the MPs take what they learned from the delegates back to their caucus, and hopefully you'll see some changes in the housing and also with the RCMP and their back pay. I wish everybody a happy holidays, and Merry Christmas, be safe, enjoy life, because it can be short. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Yes, it's nice to see the parade up and running again. I had a chance to talk to a recipient of the award that Santa Garden Gold probably gave it to. He came and put a tire on my truck. He works for CAA. He's from Alberta. It was nice to see him living down here now. I had something else there. Anyways, have a good Christmas, everybody.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Been a long meeting, and I'll try to make this as short as I can. I got a motion coming forward in regards to the 9 Mile River Community Hall. As you know, all halls are having a struggle. One of their biggest bills is a power bill, and they submitted an application to the federal government to have solar panels put in, and it was almost too late. It was denied. Excuse me. Just recently, they were informed that another participant had dropped out, so the money was available. So it's kind of a go now. Because of the late notice, I really didn't get any information how much it's going to cost, how much the federal government's going to put in, the provincial government. But I do know that it's not going to be enough. And I would like to have council's blessing on giving them the district recreation funds from District 3. And what's left from this year is approximately 2,300. And what's coming for the fiscal 23-24 is roughly 20,000. No, altogether be 17,000. So altogether be roughly $20,000 there. And it will deplete my funds, or the funds for District 3, by doing this. And there's a number of groups out there that they annually submit an application for district recreation funds. The Nanaimo River Community Center has put in very, very few applications over the number of years. And I feel quite confident that the groups that usually get it will stand down this year and hopefully support Nanaimo River in getting these solar panels put in. So I'd like to move the council approve advancing the sum of $20,000 to the Nanaimo River Community Hall in advance of the 2023 fiscal year start. 23 from the current reserve, and the remainder to be paid from the 23-24 District 3 recreation funds, pending confirmation of provincial and federal contributions. And I would so move.
Councillor Garden Cole.
Well, I'll just make this short, and I support the motion, but I'm just wondering, is there any, through you, Madam Warden, if there is any grants or any monies out there available for such a project as this, other than depleting his funds for next year as well?
Okay, eeny, meeny, miny, moe.
Through you, Madam Warden, typically a project like this would come in through the district recreation funds, and I think just the timing of it and the amount of money is why Councillor Hebb has proposed the motion that he has. Also, what we can offer from a community development perspective is to work with the group if they're going to submit something like this and see what other funds there are out there. There might be infrastructure funds or things like that. And to be clear, our community developer does share everything like that comes in, and she's very specific. So if something comes in from Infrastructure Canada, she typically has a good idea of the groups that it may apply to, so she will forward it directly and try to prompt them in a very specific manner so it will assist. So what I can do is take this back and we can look at this, and I know there are some grant streams out there right now that we can suggest that can help them with that. But for municipal grant funding, it would be the district recreation fund that this would fall under.
Okay, well, I'm just glad to hear anything that can be done, because as we all, or a lot of us know, the Nanaimo River Hall is very active, and I mean, we've been there for RCMP presentations, and, you know, it benefits so much more than just Nanaimo River, so thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Question's been called. And the motion is passed unanimously. Anything more, Councillor Hebb?
Yes, I would thank council for their support on this, and like I said, if there's more funds come in, why then we may not have to use district recreation funds, but I just want to make sure this project goes forth. It is time sensitive, and to wait another month, probably we miss out on it, so that's the reason why I'm bringing this forward. I attended the Christmas parade in Enfield. It was an awful lot of supporters out there standing out and cheering, whatever, and I also did the RCMP tour, and I tell you, it was a real eye-opener. It was highly recommended to anybody that ever get the chance to do it. So, and I'd like to wish all staff and all councilors and anybody else out there a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Counselor McPhee.
Thank you, Warden. Yes, on the 2nd of December, I attended the Christmas tree lighting in Shubenacadie. We had a great turnout. It was a beautiful night for it. They had hot chocolate, candy canes, popcorn, great mix of people, all ages, a lot of young children there, which was great to see. And I'd like to thank everybody that shared their popcorn with Suki, my dog, because she'd never had it before and she's developed a real taste for it. So I'm probably going to be buying popcorn now, I guess. But just thanks to the Shubenacadie Fire, Shubenacadie District Fire Brigade for looking after getting the tree up. Also the Shubenacadie Community Development Association, who helped with the costs, and other individuals that helped get it erected. And that includes the Enfield Fire Department, which I understand came up and put the star on the top of the tree for us. So thanks very much. I also attended the RCMP tour. I'll just echo what everybody else has said that attended. It was a great tour. Really appreciate everything they had to say. On the 14th of December, I attended the Shubenacadie District Volunteer Fire Department Christmas dinner. Had a nice Chinese buffet, and we were able to present the 10 and 15-year service medals to some of the members, and I'd like to thank everybody who volunteers at not only that department, but all throughout East Hants. It's a great commitment they make by joining the fire departments, volunteer fire departments. And I've also had some contact with people with the pickleball, which is becoming much more popular. They're looking for indoor facilities, and I'm not going to make a motion or anything at this time. They're looking for some support, so we'll be working on this. I think there are other counselors that have probably had contact from some of the pickleball players. It's a very popular sport. All ages can play. People my age and older are playing. A lot of people are getting into the sport, so it's probably a growing participation sport throughout all the communities. And yes, I'd like to wish all the residents of East Hants, staff, other council members, happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Thanks very much.
Deputy Warden Perry.
Thank you, Madam Warden. First thing I'd like to say is a big thank you going out to the elves at Wishgivers in Mount Uniacke. The organization every year raises funds and helps a lot of people within the community and the community area. Again, this year, due to medical things that were going on, their normal main fundraiser, their auction, was unable to take place, but they diversified their fundraising and still pulled off a great success in helping many in the community, and will continue to help many as Christmas draws near. In December, I also took part in the RCMP tour. It's been well talked about. One of the things that I found extremely interesting was some of the consolidation of services they've done at that building, and the reasons for it was because of modernization. Some of the facilities they were operating out of before just didn't have the infrastructure to handle the uptake and the certain things, and this building did provide that to them. So it was great to see them optimizing their services to provide better service to the residents of Nova Scotia. I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about the 50/50 fire department raffle that's currently going on. There's a big push to let the raffle get to over $2 million, so the 50/50 winner will take home over $1 million. I don't know what it is right now, but before council it was at 1.3 million, so you're looking at a $650,000 take home for somebody in Nova Scotia. So if people can pick their department they'd like to support, the department receives an extra bonus. There's also going to be extra tickets you can buy. There's going to be 10 $1,000 draws as well. So it's a great way. Okay, it's at $1.4 million, so you're looking at $725,000 roughly for the winner as they push to make it to $2 million. But it has provided many fire services in the rural areas and non-rural areas extra funds that have made up tremendously for the fundraising loss to COVID. So kudos to them and good luck to everybody. I'd like to also recognize Mabel McCarthy on December 16th. She's the president of the Legion Branch 165. December 16th, she received the Queen's Jubilee Medal at Province House. She's been president of Branch 165 for over 18 years. She sits on many committees and has done much for the community, including wish givers, so I congratulate her on that. And finally, I want to wish everybody a safe holiday season. Whichever holiday you support, Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, or whatever, enjoy it with your loved ones and be safe. And all the best in 23. Thank you.
Thank you. And just before we move on, I'd like to offer congratulations to the Deputy Warden as well, because he also received the Queen's Jubilee Medal. Now, moving along, Councillor Green.
Thank you, Madam Warden. December 17th, I had the pleasure to present a 70th wedding anniversary to Grace and Hollis White. There's not very many 70th anniversary to present to. Both of them are still in fairly good health. You know, they were quite pleased with the certificate we presented. Going forward to this time of the year, I'd like to send a shout out to all the volunteers in East Hants, because it's a busier time of year for any volunteer outfit at Christmas. You know, there's tree selling, there's extra breakfast and lunches, and in the fire service especially, we have extra calls. It always seems to be a little busier at Christmas. And just a special thanks sent out to them for the work and the volunteering that everyone does. And I'd like to also wish Merry Christmas and the very best in the upcoming new year to council, staff, and all the residents of East Hants. Thank you.
Councillor Musa.
Thank you, Madam Warden. It was very, very busy in Mount Uniacke. I watched every soccer game. It was good time. So, and I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Thank you. Councillor Tingley.
When you asked all the councillors to speak, I pulled up a spreadsheet, and Councillor Mutza thought I was going to read the whole thing. Started hyperventilating, but I'll just say a few comments. I attended the RCMP headquarters as well, and same sentiments as everybody else. Was in the Enfield Elmsdale Christmas parade. I got to ride in a 1957 fire truck, which was pretty neat. Attended the Lance Fire Department annual food drive. Attended the Lance Fire Department awards night tonight, and presented some service awards on behalf of the municipality, and that's about it.
Councillor Mitchell.
Yeah, just a question I forgot to ask the director why I know. With the weather system coming this weekend, are we ready?
Through you, Madam Warden, yes. So we started preparing on Monday. I personally love watching the weather. I was way ahead of all the early reports. So we sent out early notification, getting generators ready, topping up equipment, and we're going to hope for the best. So we're anticipating, and the municipality has sent out public notification for residents to be prepared and get ready for the weather event as well. That went out today or yesterday. Today is Wednesday. It went out today. We're as ready as we're going to be, and it's the biggest concern we have is responses to power outages. The system is still fragile post Fiona, and that is what we're preparing for, is coordination and deployment of generators.
Thank you.
Okay, I would now be looking to set the time and date of the next council meetings, January 17th, 2023 for the regular meeting of council for policy, and January 25th for the regular meeting of council.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Contrary? Motion is carried. We now have an in-camera session scheduled to discuss 3 land issues. So I would be looking for a motion to go in camera. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Contrary? Motion is carried. So I will give staff time for those who are leaving to leave, for the public to leave, and to shut our
I gotta eat up at 2:30.
You going?
Road patrol in the morning.
We still have to adjourn. Okay, folks, I would report that we met in camera to discuss some land issues. In that meeting, direction was given to staff. No further business remaining in front of council this evening. I would be looking for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Meeting is adjourned.